Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check.
Check, 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 check. Alrighty. Check, check, testing 1 2 1 2, testing 1 2 1 2. Check, 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 testing 1 2 1 2, testing 1 2 1 2. Check, check, check. You guys getting me down there? Check 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2. Check.
I copy you.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2. They went early. We're live. Hello, race fans! It's time to go racing. I'm Wiley Wade.
And I'm Joe Peterson.
And we are here live and direct at Antioch Speedway. We're getting set for racing action. That's right, folks. It's March 13th, and we're going racing. What an awesome day. And Joe, I got to share some news right off the top. April 3rd, fans in the stands.
Yeah, we're super excited. I'm actually the first time I'm hearing it, so I'm thrilled and I'm pumped. This has been something that's been forlonging for a while, and a lot of you fans have been asking, when are we going to be back? When are we going to be back? Well, you have it. April 3rd is the official date. We'll have you guys back in the stands, and I mean, the season's just getting started. You're not really going to miss much, so hopefully we can't wait to see you in the stands.
And if they can't make it, or even if they're here, they can still watch it on Antioch Speedway TV. It is not going away with fans in the stands, so that's a good thing. Hey, tonight we got a lot of great racing action for you. The hobby stocks are out there right now doing their hot laps. We also have the super stocks. We have the wingless sprint cars, the adult-to-dwarf cars, and the sport mods. We're added late, the IMCA Northern Sports Mods.
Yeah, we have a couple changes to the classes, as we've seen. Bree Troen is now in a sport mod. As we previously have seen her mostly racing her hobby stock.
Bree Troen, the squirrel, I did interview her. She'll be coming up this week on Wiley's Race Report, but also did a mini interview with her during the pre-race show. So that's one of the changes. We got a lot of hobby stocks here. Yeah,
we do. I believe it's 26 the last time I seen count. So starting off the season, you know, I believe they're going to be running a B main, so a lot of hobby stocks to start off the season, as well as 16 sport mods for the short amount of time that they got ready to prepare for this race being here. So, I mean, like I said, it's going to be a fun-filled, action-packed night. 5 different classes racing tonight to kick off the season here at Antioch Speedway, and you guys can catch all of it on AntiochSpeedway.tv.
Yep, we got 20 dwarf cars as well, 16 wingless sprint cars. Super stocks we're short on, but they have the Tri-State Pro Stocks have a big race somewhere tonight, so unfortunately we only have 3 of them, but that's okay. We got a lot of racing action that's going to be a lot of fun. The track is looking in excellent condition as well, and I can't wait. I'm excited. It's been too long.
Yeah, it has recently they kind of said we stopped at our season, and I believe it was mid-November, and then as time kind of went away, you just start to miss the racetrack, and man, I've just kind of been staying busy with the podcast and everything, so I'm excited to be back, and this is actually my first full year going into announcing, so I mean, I'm stoked, I'm thrilled, and hopefully you guys stay tuned.
All right, with that, we're going to head back upstairs so we get rid of some of this feedback. Sorry about that, folks. But don't go away. We have lots of racing action in store for you tonight. We'll talk about the podcast. We'll talk about Wiley's Race Report a little bit, as well as we're getting set for racing here at Antioch Speedway. Thanks for tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV. Letting the track air out just a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV as we get set for first regular season. It's not the first race of the year because we were here back in January on the 2nd, but it is the first regular season race. Let's call it that way.
Yeah, good to be back. Just kind of an official season opener. Obviously, last year we kind of really didn't get to have a season opener. But, man, glad to be back and been pretty busy over the off season.
Yeah, what have you been doing? I know you guys have been killing it on that on your podcast. So talk about that real quick.
Yeah, I mean, it's I feel it's starting to grow. I mean, it's we're getting more comfortable and stuff behind the mic. A lot of people have been giving a lot of feedback of what we would like for you guys to give feedback on, what you want to see more, what you guys want to hear, maybe something we can do with the fans and our listeners and stuff like that. But so far, man, 11 episodes in already, so I mean, it's fun, and just surprisingly, the people that are were something that they were looking forward to. They didn't kind of really know how to start, and just some young kids that went out on a limb and started a podcast, and everybody's given us great feedback. So it's been fun. I look forward to continuing it.
So why don't you tell everybody who all's on your podcast?
Okay, so it's myself, Brent Kern, Dylan Schreiner, and Ryan DeForest all link up, and all four of us do the podcast. And obviously, if you don't know, all three of them are racers here at the Antioch Speedway, and as for myself as an announcer. But yeah, we've kind of just got the idea to, we just wanted something kind of as in, like a NASCAR radio or something like that. And then just, putting our minds all together and just, hey, like, why don't we just kind of start up a racing podcast? And, now we have little stickers and stuff like that out. So it's pretty awesome. It's like I said, I've always wanted to see myself in racing, doing something, for the racing community, and hopefully this is a start for me.
You guys look like you have a lot of fun doing that, and so make sure you check that out. It comes out about every 2 weeks or so. Is that how often you do it?
Yeah, we do it every other Sunday. So not this Sunday, but next Sunday we'll do it's actually a pre-recorded, so it'll be a pre-recorded podcast that'll come out in the middle of the week. And yeah, check it out on Facebook, Instagram, and it's On the Hammer Podcast. So give us a like, follow, and share.
And of course, don't forget Wiley's Race Report, my little show that comes out at least once a week. Kind of doing a little bit different. I kind of got into some long forms last year. I'm kind of going back and seeing if people like the shorter ones a little bit, doing an interview, and maybe doing 2 or 3 a week as opposed to one long one. But just news, notes, whatever else I can find for the racetrack and stuff as we get set for racing here at Antioch Speedway. As looks like the super stocks are rolling out right now for some mud packing.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, as we see the number 99 of Jim Freely rolling out into the racetrack. Pretty strong last year every time that car stepped out into the racetrack.
Yeah, Jim runs, Jim and Fast Freddy Ryland. Jim Freely is the normal driver, and Fast Freddy ran it 2 or 3 times and took home some wins in that car last year.
Yes, he did, yeah.
Ryan Serezian out there out of Knightson, California in that 12 Chevy El Camino. That's what he calls it anyway. Excuse me. But he, on our first test and tune 2 weeks ago, he had a major catastrophe with the drive line. The drive shaft fell out of that thing and got it repaired, got back out here, and did get to come back out last Saturday for our second and final test and tune. Now, throughout the year, we will have test and tune days once a month.
Yeah,
it's like the second Wednesday or something like that.
Yeah, I've seen it. I mean, it's just good to bring out your car, test something, Also, for those rookies that we do have out here this year, allow them to come out and get some extra laps onto the racetracks to help them improve themselves and learn more about the equipment that they're driving. And we should have one more actually rolling out.
The last one is going to be normally an IMCA stock car. It's the 24 of Devin Vaughn out of Antioch, California. Planning on they put him in this small field here tonight. Looking, if you don't have My Race Pass, make sure you head on over and sign up. It doesn't cost anything.
No, it doesn't. And claim your profile. That's where we kind of mostly get your biographies, your achievements and everything from, name, birth date. Kind of read it off of My Race Pass mostly. So if you guys head over to that and
drivers and teams, get your profile.
Sponsorship's a big thing that we claim that we look for onto that as well.
We are, if you have not heard, we did get a transponder system. It is still in the works of being up and running. did test it out, and unfortunately the loop under the track is not working properly, so we are going to have to replace the loop. But in the next week or two, we will have live timing and scoring on there as well.
Yeah, that's something really big that I know the racers have really been pushing for, as well as our track owner here, is transponders instead of having to do it by hand.
One of the neat things about that, it's also going to allow us to do some qualifying for the sprint cars and stuff, and possibly some other divisions, which can be a lot of fun. Make sure you keep an eye on our website at www.antiochspeedway.com, antiochspeedway.com, and Antioch Speedway by Promotions on Facebook, as well as antiochspeedway.tv by antiochspeedway.tv on Facebook. And then mine is Wiley Racer, or I'm sorry, Wiley Wade dash Antioch Speedway Announcer on Facebook and on YouTube.
Oh, wow, you have a YouTube channel.
I have a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
That's actually where my Wiley's race reports start, on YouTube, and then get transferred over to the other places.
Okay.
So if you have not liked and subscribed there, head on over there, because I will have some, planning on doing some stuff that may not transfer over to the Antioch Speedway website, because it may be outside of Antioch Speedway stuff. So an option there. If you have not gone over to all those places, liked, and started following them, please do so. A beautiful Saturday here, a little bit chilly. It will be tonight, but not too bad. As the super stocks continue to do some packing. We did have the Test and Tunes were dry slick.
Yes, yes,
Due
they
to
were.
a water main break on the fairground. So once
Yeah.
again, they were not as wet as the track normally is. But so it'll be interesting to see. I wish I'd had my race car out here.
So, talking about your race car, is that something that you're going to be doing again this year, or?
My plan is yes. If you'd asked me 3 weeks ago if someone had offered me cash for it, I would have sold it. And then I came out for for Test and Tune and said, man, I wish I had my race car. Every race car driver says, I think I'm going to sell it. And yeah, that doesn't ever happen. Now I got to do a little work. I got to get the transmission replaced or fixed. Delta Transmission is going to help me out with that. I got to pull it out and take it over to them. Just haven't had time to do that yet, but that is coming in the very near future. So probably won't make the first race, but I'm planning on making the rest of the races for the mini stocks. 10 races on the schedule right now for the mini stocks. So I know there are a few out there. We'll have a larger number than we did last year, by the way it looks, and looking to build that division.
Yeah, that was the main goal. I know you were really pushing for that, to get them out up north this way. So hopefully we do get bigger car counts for the mini stocks. They put on a pretty good show.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun. Definitely a lot of fun. If you're looking to get into racing and you've never done it before, it's a great place to start. If you want to get into racing or you want to get back into racing, you just don't have a whole lot of funds, it's a great place to go. It is probably it would be the cheapest division to run. And they're fun. Put on some good races, and we get a lot of the folks. They're big around California,
yes,
around the country,
especially in the central California area.
So just looking to get them here back into shape. I know Brent Curran used to run it back in the day.
Yes, he did actually. Yeah.
So looking forward to getting those cars back out on the racetrack here in 2 weeks is when they're scheduled to be on the racetrack.
Here, and it looks like we're going to be bringing out our IMCA Sport Mods. To wheel pack the racetrack.
Got a good car count, especially being the late
notification on the Sport Modifieds. I was glad to see we got the cars we did. Glad Chad added them to the show. They'll be back next week along with the IMCA Modifieds. We are into it, folks. We got a full slate of racing action all season long here, running every week except 4th of July weekend. From now until the end of October, then we'll get a couple weeks off, and then do our Thanksgiving 2-day show like we did last year.
Yes.
So lots of racing action, and once a month we will have our test and tune days, again, a second Wednesday of the month.
And another thing I wanted to bring up for you, Wiley, is our percentages on race wins between you and I. If you guys don't know, if you're following us last year, we've each main event that came out, we had a wage on who was gonna finish above who, and I think if I stand correctly, that I think I may have finished on top of you, Wiley. I believe with
well, I know there was a few weeks there where if I picked them, they were doomed.
They were doomed, yes. It was like a Wiley's curse almost, a little bit, but
oh man.
I mean, it's a new season, it's a new start, so we got to stay on top of that, and we got to write it down or something, or.
Yeah, we'll have to get the Facebook going and get some fans involved as well. But yeah, I actually had a couple drivers say, "Please don't pick me." Sorry. Yeah, I don't know, man. Sometimes you just have that the announcer's curse or something.
Who knows? Maybe this year's the year that I have the Jinker's curse on me. So
there you go. You had the rookie
oh, yeah,
run.
Yeah.
There you go. That's it. That'll be my story.
The rookie luck.
Coming up next week, of course, we got the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sports Modifieds, the IMCA Stock Cars will be here as well. Looking forward to that. I can't wait to see the stock cars back on the racetrack. They put on some great shows. On the 27th of March, the Wing 360 Sprint Cars will be here. The Hobby Stocks and the Mini Stocks and the Wing 360 Sprint Cars will be here. I did an interview last weekend with Dylan Bloomfield, who moved up to the Wing Sprint Cars. I will be showing that the week of that race to lead into that. On April 3rd, the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sport Modifieds, IMCA Stock Cars. Folks, that's the first day you get to be here.
Yes.
Be on the lookout. We are going to have sell tickets ahead of time.
Yes.
It won't just be show up. It will be pre-sales only, so make sure you keep an eye on that. We will let you know on our various formats as well. On April 10th, the IMCA Modified, Sports Modifieds, and the Tri-State Pro Stocks will be here. And the Dwarf Cars will be in action on the 10th. The 14th of April, that is a Wednesday. That is an open practice. The 17th, the Wing 360 Sprint Cars. The 600 Micro Sprints non-wing cars are going to be back. That's going to be a lot of fun. The Hobby Stocks and the Mini Stocks on the 17th of April. And then to round out April, Wingless Sprint Cars on the 24th, the Dwarf Cars, and the Hobby Stocks and the Wingless Sprint Cars will be back. So that is what it's looking like through the month of April. Can't believe we're basically halfway through March. And don't forget, when you go to bed tonight, set your clocks ahead.
Yeah. Yes. I believe spring forward, right?
Spring forward.
Yes. There we go.
You don't want to be late to church in the morning. I've done that before.
As we have a few of our IMCA Northern Sport mods on the racetrack. Up front, fresh new wrap in the number 10. Now, over the offseason, I've been thinking of, some nicknames for the drivers. And I've always kind of thought with the patriotic look that the number 10, Mr. Captain America.
Ah, Captain America Guy Allward, huh? That'll work.
And the number 10. And then obviously we have the Iceman, Tommy Fraser, in the 12. Always running up front here at Antioch Speedway.
Past champion.
Yes, past champion.
Behind him, let's see, that's 12. We go back to the 7 car. Fast Freddie Ryland, who has already run a bunch already this year. A couple
Yes.
different trips down to Arizona and taking home one of the wins down there.
Yeah, different Coca-Cola and Arizona Speedway. And behind him, runner-up last year in our points in the 76, that is Mark Gardner.
Looking forward to seeing him out here again this year. He has another project going on the side as well, so look forward to seeing that when he comes back out with that car. Then we fall back to the 325. Excuse me. That, of course, is the Tyler Brown car out of Oakley, California. In that car.
Looks like they got a couple new body panels on that race car, and I believe last time we seen it, it was white. I might be thinking about his brother. But yeah, that's one thing I love about the season openers and stuff like that is just seeing the fresh new wraps, the new body panels, the fresh colors, and the different changes of the race cars and stuff like that. So magnificent.
Yeah, because that'll change soon. Then we fall back to the 27 car.
That is Travis Meyerhoff, I believe if I'm pronouncing
Yes.
that correctly.
Yeah, I was trying to. I went down and talked to him. He's out of Half Moon Bay, California. He used to run here in a late model. So good to see him. He got himself a IMCA Sport Modified.
And then behind him, we have the 52 out of Oakley, California. That is Jason Ryan Jr. Jason Ryan Jr. running in that white 52 car with the fluorescent numbers.
Then we fall back to the 22S. That's Scott Foster in that 22 car.
Yeah, and Scott's honestly another one of those guys who's been traveling kind of in the winter seasons. I know he's went down to Arizona and also ran that deal.
So that is this group of cars out there. Beautiful Saturday. And it's supposed to rain tomorrow.
Yeah, I know they kept saying that we were supposed to get rain today. Luckily, it didn't ruin our season opener here at Antioch Speedway. Man, 5 classes, man. It's just going to be a fantastic show here tonight.
What a way to start the season.
Some heavy hitters in the pits right now.
The next group coming out, we're going to have our 2020 track champion. Have you seen this car yet?
I've seen it, but I want you to run down the story of the change of colors, because I've heard the story, but I just want to.
All right, I didn't hear the story. What brought it? Well, I'll say I played the interview with him here last week. But yeah, no, they just made some changes. So what story did you hear? Let's go that direction.
I believe it is an throwback of his mother's old race car, I believe, that Trevor, Todd, and I believe Michaela all did with the red and yellow. I hope I'm right on that story.
Yeah, yellow. I mean, he's run blue and grays the time I've been at this racetrack, and suddenly he came out to the play day in that yellow and red, and it's like, yeah, it looks good. It definitely looks good. Looking to bring home another championship here this year. As group number 2 for the IMCA Sports Modifieds are going to be rolling off here momentarily. All right, so how are we going to do this? We got to figure out how we're going to do these, getting the fans involved as well as see if they can beat me as well, because it seems to be pretty a good shot to beat me on this stuff. Sheesh. Mark Gardner ran a couple times so far this year out at the Stockton racetrack.
I mean, last time he raced, he posted, I believe it was a top 5 finish over there. That was one of the races that I did miss at Stockton, but yeah, it ran pretty well. And Andrew Pierce picking up his first win out in Stockton in the Sport Mod.
And that was one of the people he had to pass to get to the lead was Mark Garner.
Yes, it was. And looking to continue his success or continue off of that win today with him, one of the strong talents being here.
Had the opportunity to interview him and played that interview during the cleanup day a couple weeks ago. So if you haven't seen that interview, good interview with the young man, well, all of 15 years old, who drove his first race car 9 months ago, something like that. Didn't grow up doing the little cars, the go-karts, or quarter midgets or anything like that. Just hopped in a race car for the first time about June of last year. And basically from the start, looked like he had been doing it for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, just just talking to him, and it seems like the way he just pays attention to detail and maneuvers around. It doesn't seem like he's 15. It seems like he's a lot older than what you take him for. But I mean, the guy is, man, he's really talented behind the wheel, and I mean, he's only just gonna go further from here.
And he was winning, going out there and won a couple B mains, won some heat races last year. But in the big events, the big shows he went to, he was qualifying. He was getting up there and getting into the main events and stuff. So good job for him. Look forward to seeing how he progresses as this year goes on.
Yeah. And as well as another rookie rolling onto the racetrack in that number 6 machine, that is Dylan Conley. And the number 6 machine, got to talk to him for the play days that I was here, and he said he's just looking forward to take the car home in one piece and be able to finish the heat and his feature that he makes it in. So I know that is one of Andrew Pierce's good buddies, and I've seen them two talking during the play day, and Andrew kind of explaining some stuff to him and what he needs to do and what not to do. And he said he wasn't so much nervous until he left the house and they got to the racetrack. Then he said that's when it started to set in. But hopefully he does well. And like I said, I love the number 6. I remember when my dad ran it when he was in the go-karts. So, I mean, good luck to him, and hopefully he does good tonight.
And behind him, that number 97, that's the Squirrel Breach Throw, and making her Sport Modified debut here tonight. They got the car done last night.
Yeah, I heard about that.
So she was not able to get out here for any of the play days. So her first time in that car is today. First time getting angry behind the wheel, as the saying goes. So look forward to. She is nervous as all get out. I did do a long form interview with her earlier tonight. That'll be played on Wiley's Race Report coming up this week. Don't want to miss it. I did a quick interview with her as well during the live show. But yeah, she's stepping behind the wheel of a Sport Modified after finishing the last 2 seasons second in points in the Hobby Stock division.
Yeah, and then right behind her, as we were talking about our 2020 IMCA Northern Sport Mod champion here at Antioch Speedway, that is a 2C of Trevor Klimans out of Brentwood, California.
Behind him, the 17B, that of course is Kevin Brown in the out of Oakley, California, and that's 17B.
And then in the 21T, repping a different paint scheme, that is out of Atwater, California. That is Chase Thomas. If you remember last year, he was in the green and gray, I believe it was, Sport Mod. But as soon as I walked into the pits and I seen that car, I was like, man, that thing looks really sharp when you're standing up close to it. One of the ones that's pretty quick here at Antioch Speedway when he does make the trip down here.
He did not bring his family with him this year. They could have up to 3 cars out of that group.
Yeah, actually 4 with his brother Tyler.
So Tyler, Chase, Tanner,
and then Darren.
And Darren.
Yeah, so.
Whew. That must be a heck of a garage if they're all in the same place. Wow. All right, behind him we got the, let's see, the 19C. I like that wrap. This is a sharp-looking wrap. That, of course, is Tom Klimans Jr. Sporting that. Last year his car was basically white.
Yes, white and blue.
this year. Got a really nice wrap on it. He did debut that back on the January 2nd show. So
Yeah. So the story is, I talked to him earlier today, and he said all three of them were supposed to do that same red and yellow wrap, but he had already ordered his wrap and ended up getting the late notice that they were changing. So he had to just stick with his current wrap that he has on right now. But he said maybe later down the road or something, he might change it up.
as an announcer, I'm okay with them not looking identical.
Yeah.
Just saying. All right, as this group is about to head off the racetrack as we get closer to race time. Let's see, who else we got out there behind him? Kid Smooth is out there as well. Andrew Pierce in that 15P winner. First time in a main event here a couple weeks ago out of Stockton Raceway.
So here's the thing. Over the offseason, we had a little debate about the Kid Smooth, or it was another name that was thrown out there. It was Mr. Smooth. And I guess the debate wins of he was first given the name of Mr. Smooth, Andrew Pierce. So I think this year we're going to have to change that up, and he'll be Mr. Smooth Andrew Pierce, not Kid Smooth. Obviously, he's going to grow up and he won't be a kid anymore, so we will have to change that. So Mr. Smooth Andrew Pierce for now on.
As we get set forward to see if they're going to let the track air out a little bit. Working on getting some people cleared away real quick. Sprint car is getting ready to come out. Get the big tires out there. "26 entries in the hobby stocks tonight. 16 entries for the wingless sprint cars here tonight."
Yes. As we see, oh, he just left the racetrack.
Think he got confused? I don't know. Tony Bernard here tonight. Is that the Tony car? Is that the 50 car?
I believe that is a 22 machine, if I am correct. '22 machine. That is Boy Monzi out of Wahine, Hawaii.
Ah, yes. Wahine, Hawaii. That's a heck of a trip they got to make. Well, they don't have any options over there, really, to go racing. So he's got to come over here and go racing here in the States. Or, I'm sorry, that is the States, but on the mainland. That's the word I was looking for.
And then also just rolled onto the racetrack, we have the 14 out of San Jose, California. That is Sean Jones.
Always a tough guy to beat.
Yeah, he was.
He runs these in the Dorf cars as well, and he is just
He's lightning fast.
won a couple races here at this track last year as well.
Yeah. And as you see, also rolling on the back straightaway, that is a 71 machine out of San Jose, California. That is James East. And that nice looking, what would you say, fluorescent orange, I believe, and black, white.
Yeah, he's got a nice wrap on that this year.
Yeah, it looks pretty nice.
Got the Monster Seal sponsorship this year. And we actually have two guys from Hawaii. I don't know if the other one's coming out yet or not, but the next one out is the see, it looked like a 1 on the back.
Or 1C.
1S, I'm sorry.
Or, yeah, 1S.
Sheldon Moniz. Is that how you say it? Also from Hawaii.
And we have also rolling on the front straightaway. That is the 32 machine 32 machine of Jimmy Christian out of Morgan Hill, California.
You'll see him in both the 32 and the number 1.
Yes.
1C. He has
Yeah,
two different cars.
yeah, that's what I was thinking. I could have sworn he won a different number last year. So
Brought his 32 car back out. They are both his. Talking with him earlier. Out of East Morgan Hill, Christian Electric. Santa Mara Racing, Pacheco Overhead Doors, Indy Metal Finishing sponsorship on that car.
yeah, and then on the front straight in the all black number 22 machine. That is Braden Moinsey also out of Hawaii. So it looks like there's 3.
That'd be 3 of them.
Yeah, 3 of them from Hawaii. 22 JR and the 1S.
Well, if you want to race, you got to go where you can race at. Nice to have all of them out here.
And then in that 92A red machine, that is out of Brentwood, California, that is Jeff Scotto. Jeff Scotto rolling down the back straightaway.
Good to see him back again this year. Hey, we got the fans coming in the stands. Guess what that means? You haven't gotten to do this yet.
Yeah, that's true. I haven't got to announce in front of a live audience yet. So
Not only that, Raceau.
Raceau
will be back. We'll be playing Raceau. If you're coming, make sure you get your Raceau cards. If you're not sure what Raceau is, it is bingo, but instead of spelled B-I-N-G-O, it's R-A-C-E-O. And we will be playing Raceau as usual this year. I did confirm that with Tina. A popular game here at Antioch Speedway. As these cars are leaving the racetrack. Beginning of the season. I want to say welcome to Bad Brad Myers paying us a visit tonight, as well as I want to say thanks to all our officials out there coming back out
for another season. As we've seen rolling out into the racetrack, that is the 50 out of Santa Rosa, California. That is Tony Bernard and the 50 machine. Also, we see the 21 machine. And making it to the back straightaway right now, that is Roy Fisher out of Antioch, California.
Roy's been around here a long time. Always nice to see him back for another year of racing. Cameron Martin running a different number right now. Running the OX here tonight instead of his normal 11 car.
And right ahead of him, that is the red and white 28 machine of Marcus Smith out of Manteca. California.
Another one of those drivers that's always hard to beat here. He is always runs very fast and very well at this racetrack. So.
And as we see on the front straightaway, and the one heating air conditioning machine, that is a 36 out of Brentwood, California. That is Bob Newberry. Bob Newberry in the 36.
So you're going to see a car that looks very similar to that, but it's 63. I don't know. In fact, right there he rolls out.
Yes.
That's Bob's old race car. That's the one he ran last year, up until last year, ran through last year. And that's his nephew, Dylan Newberry.
Yeah.
Behind the wheel of that car.
Got to see him a couple times, or one time out earlier for a play day, and he looked pretty good behind the wheel. Was able to keep up with Bob, and yeah, looking forward to seeing him tonight.
Had to laugh. Bob was talking about the one thing he has not learned yet is to stay out of his tools and his equipment. But he's all excited. Talked to Bob during the live show earlier, and he was very happy to have him out here and looks forward to being able to race against his nephew. So that's going to be a lot of fun.
And then the 27 machine out of Sonora, California, that is Steve Miocci.
Glad to have Steve back again.
And as we said earlier, for our wingless sprint cars, we do have 16 entries for the wingless sprints. You'll see 3 heat races for this class. Now it looks like as we get set for our dwarf cars, looks like we might get set for our dwarf car hot laps.
Ellie Russo, we'll talk about her when she comes out, I guess. But good news with her over the winter. Wait for her to come out. Go ahead and. So they're going to run 7 at a time for hot laps.
We have 20 entries for our dwarf car class here tonight, as they get set for their first hot lap session. In that 38 Double D, that is John Tardif out of Vacaville, California. And then right behind him, we have David Michael Rosa in the 2 machine.
New dad is David Michael Rosa.
As the flag man gets them wound up. And that 68 machine, that is David Rosa, father, Dynamite Dave. And it looks like right behind him, we have the 2 machine, the red 2 machine out of Atwater, California. That is Lonnie Taycat.
Lonnie Taycat, he runs the, runs a website for the, one of the dwarf car websites. Oh, I'm sorry, not website, Facebook page.
And we have the 85 Double D of Jack Haverty.
Jack Haverty, one of the drivers for Danny Wagner Racing. Danny's here tonight. He's got
I believe it's 4 cars.
4 cars?
Yeah.
His is not here. He said it's home sleeping.
As the checker flag comes out for this group hot lap session. As you can tell, the track is still pretty slick right now for these dwarf cars.
Dwarf cars, purpose-built race cars. They're full-blown race cars. Had a good chat, interviewed Spanky, Michael Renner, in the pre-race show, talking about it. You know, these things are purpose-built and all ground-up race car. Next group getting ready to roll off.
As we get set for our next 7, I believe. And that is in the 21 Double D out of Belico, California. That is Scott Dahlgreen. One of the... And behind him we have the 18 Double D. That is Devin Kammerman out of Dublin, California.
Another one. He's not that car not owned by Danny Wagner, but it's part of the Wagner Racing family.
Those two, yeah. As we get set, wind them up, and we have in the 43 Double D out of Brentwood, California. That is Sean Catucci. Sean Catucci and the 43. And then in the 111 out of Forest Hill, California, this is Tom Van Tile. Tom Van Tile in the 111 machine. The 4N out of Galt, California, always strong when he runs here, is Brian Winner. And then in that nice looking 36 Double D out of California. That is Dennis Gilcrease in that 36 machine. Checker flag waves for this hot lap session. Looks like it's going to be a pretty good show if we have 20 dwarf cars, 3 heat races for this class here tonight. It looks like we'll have one more set of hot laps rolling out for the dwarf cars.
Welcome back to Fabulous Bob, sitting up on the flag stand tonight. Got Tim and Bob on the camera tonight. Welcome, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
As we see rolling out into the racetrack, down the back straightaway in that 12N out of Fairfield, California. That is Mike Grennert. Mike Grennert in the 12N machine.
So he's been racing these cars for 22 years.
And then behind him we have the 52 Double D machine out of Pittsburgh, California. That is Chuck Conover. And the 20N, I'm sorry, out of Tracy, California. That is Joe LeDuc. And the white with some red on there. Joe LeDuc in the 20N machine.
So on the Dorf cars, you're going to see a lot of them have letters at the end, and they all stand for the club they belong to. So Double D is a Delta Dorf cars. That one is the one based here out of Antioch Speedway.
And that final car, that is the 40 Double D of Kevin
Moralio. Kevin
Moralio.
Yep.
Okay.
Won a national event down in Arizona, if I'm not mistaken, about a month or so ago. Always one to beat. He won back here in July at our regional event, too. If you haven't heard, our regional event for the Delta Dwarf cars, it was regional last year in July. It has been upgraded to a national event.
Yes.
So exciting times for that. It was extremely successful for the first regional event, and was able to get them to get promoted to a national event. So nice for that. Danny Wagner and everybody involved in the Delta Dwarf car club.
Yep, as we have our hobby stocks, the biggest car count here tonight with 26 entries, as they're going to get the green flag for their first hot lap session. Leading the point, that is a 71A out of Oakley, California. Our rookie last year, Michaela Taylor.
And she spins over there in turn number 1. Aunt Vina behind her, the 54 car. Was behind her out of Martinez, California.
And then right behind him, you have the 16 of Adam Kajala out of Antioch.
Adam Rocky Kajala. The 16 behind him, the 14 car, Logan Fernandez out of Antioch, California.
And then behind him, we have that 70S machine. Looking on 70S, that is going to be Jeff Bencourt. Jeff Bencourt in the 70S.
Kind of looks like the 70s logo or some 70s show logo or something like that. Yeah. 24 car comes next, Devin Vaughn out of Antioch, California.
And then in the 44G, we have James Graisley out of Antioch, California.
James Graisley driving a 1978 Camaro. That's your field right now for hobby stocks in this hot lap session.
As they get around the racetrack. And as I was speaking earlier with the 71 machine, as you can tell that she's changed her paint scheme with all 3 cars changing to the throwback paint scheme and the red and yellow design. As you can tell, this track is still very slimy.
It's going to be beautiful later, that's for sure.
Looks like we have one slow going into 3. That is a 24 machine. And they said it looks like he's going to come to a stop. That is Tom Leopold in the 24X. I'm sorry, actually that's Devin Vaughn in the 24 machine. Devin Vaughn in the 24.
Good representation here tonight for the Dorf cars.
It looks like he's going to have to get up.
So we are testing the transponder system here, just seeing if it works. We do believe we do have to change the loop. There were some issues during some of the early testing, but we will be having the live timing and scoring on My Race Pass. If you haven't gotten that signed up yet, make sure you get on over there and get My Race Pass on your app store or even on the website. It's My Race Pass.
Yeah, and like we said, claim your race profiles for you drivers out there. As it looks like this session will be ending pretty soon. Green white is out. Checker flag is out for this hot lap session. They're still trying to run this track in as as if you've seen earlier, did have a lot of moisture that was laid down onto it. And as we get set for our second hot lap session for the hobby stocks as they roll out into the racetrack.
All right. Sun went down. Beautiful clear skies here tonight. This is a 3/8 mile semi-high banked oval here in Antioch, California at the Contra Costa County Fairgrounds. If you have not heard, Contra Costa County at midnight tonight is going to skip the red tier of COVID crud and go right to the orange tier.
Yeah.
So that's good, and that means we are going to have fans in the stands, not next week, in 2 weeks, I believe it is, April 3rd, however many Saturdays away, 3 weeks away, April 3rd. We do have to have time to get staff. I mean, quite frankly, we got to get staff and get them in here and get them trained up and get all our COVID necessities lined up, because there still will be COVID restrictions, even under the orange tier. But the fact that the lights right there, that's the light at the end of the tunnel. That's not the train coming, hopefully. Next car coming out, the 29 car of Jeff Betancourt out of Brentwood, California. It's the first car out.
And right behind him in the 75 machine out of Castro Valley, California, that is going to be Misty Wellborn.
Misty, had a chance to talk with her earlier on the live show, and she's excited. She's all happy to be on behind the wheel of the race car and looking forward to having some fun with that car. Behind her, it's the 8 car. That's George Silva. He's all the way up from Merced, California.
And behind him in the 225 out of Oakley, California, repping a different paint scheme, that is Aiden Ponciano in the 225 out of Oakley.
Then we fall back to a red and white car with, I'm sorry, that's Aiden. Then we fall back to it's a red and white car, but the 78 of Kenneth Robles. Dad has stepped out and put Kenneth in the car, so the 78 is Kenneth Robles now, 78K.
And right behind him is going to be the 47 machine.
All right, let's see. Let's see if he's going to get himself in trouble. I'm talking about you.
Angela. Not Angelica. Angela Brown and the 47X machine out of Antioch, California.
Hey, folks, if you hear of a generator being sold or a race suit or helmet being sold, the trailer for the 47 of Angela Brown got broke into last Friday night.
Wow.
And they sold the generator, sold a driving suit, sold a couple helmets. So if you hear of anything, let Chris Long know or Angela Brown know. They're looking for their stuff. They had to go out and buy some replacement stuff. They left the tools, they stole the racing stuff, so unfortunately.
And in the 05 machine, the orange and blue 05 out of Antioch, California, that is Roger Sosaman, I believe that is.
That is Sosaman. That is Steve and Natalie Perry's grandson.
Okay.
He is excited. First time driving anything at all was 2 weeks ago at the first play day.
Wow.
He had never driven anything. His first time was in a race car here at Antioch Speedway. And he's all excited and told Grandpa Steve, "You lost your ride. That's mine now." And so Grandma, Nasty Natalie Perry, said, "When I get back in the car, I'm dumping you." Little family rivalry going on there. M. Martinez Auto Recycling Grandma and Grandpa sponsorship on that 05 car. It's nice to see someone new coming out. If you happen to be watching over in the pits, we are asking that if you happen to have your transponder, please put it on your race car, turn it on. We are trying to test our system. So if you happen to have your transponder and you're listening over in the pits, throw it on your car and help us out if you would. Appreciate it.
as we get set. I believe this is our third hot lap session as a 24M. Larry McKenzie.
No longer a rookie.
Yeah, no longer a rookie.
He ran well. One of those good runners. Behind him, Gary Lipa out of Lathrop, California, in that triple nickel, the 555 car.
Yep, and then looks like a new, somewhat of a new little paint scheme for the 18T. That is James Thompson out of Pittsburgh, California.
Talked to him on the live show earlier today, and he is not going to go to try to defend, at least not at this point. He's going to, do a little bit of traveling, but not looking to defend his championship. I think he's afraid. I'm going to call him out right here on the air. He's afraid. James Thompson, good guy. Running injured here this weekend. He hurt his foot a couple days ago, and the first post I saw, he didn't think he was going to be able to run. So it was good that he is out here and able to run here tonight in that 18T. Behind him, it is the 02. Of course, that is Albert Bollinger out of Fairfield, California in that 02.
In the 13, we have Matty Motts out of San Pablo, California, driving the blue
13?
yeah.
Mad Matty Motts. Try saying that 10 times fast, will you? Then we fall back to a white car.
89.
It is the 89 car. That, of course, is the car of Brian Lloyd out of Orville, California, 1979 Trans Am.
And right behind him, we have the 81 machine all the way from Chico, California. That is going to be Ricky Lloyd as he almost gets into the
About puts it in the wall, huh?
turn 2 wall.
The track is slick. A little smoke coming out of Larry McKenzie's car.
As this is going to be a fun hobby stock race, as we said earlier, 26 entries for the hobby stocks. They will have 4 heat races, and they will be the only class here tonight that will have a B feature.
Deborah Benson, hi. She sent me a message. They are getting, her and Mike are getting their second vaccine March through the 31st, so they're going to be able to come out after that. They're part of the DNF crew. We're not able to make it out at all last year due to the COVID thing. So, and she is one of the renditions of the Star Spangled Banner we play here for the racetrack. So, Deborah, I am glad to hear that. Can't wait to see you. Have you back at the racetrack in your duties as a DNF crew. Checkered flag is out for this hot lap session. Get these cars off, and I think we got one more, maybe 2 more for the hobby stocks. Next group getting ready to roll off. Oh, this one car. 32 car of the Mad Mex, Steve Torres out of Salida, California. Salida, sorry. Thank you. He was all happy. Yeah. He wanted his nickname used. The Mad Mex.
Like the movie Mad Max.
Steve in that 32 car, an orange 32. On the racetrack. Lone car gets a little lone time. Now that one's got a deeper throaty sound to it. Rich Quadrelli over there running the show once again this year. Andrea behind the scoring, doing a killer job as always. E running the scoreboard up there. Thank you very much, all three of you.
You're like the gadget man. Every time I see you have the Wiley. If you don't know, Wiley has the watch, he has the phone, he has the computer. I mean, this dude's like Inspector Detector, Inspector Gadget or something.
Yes. Gotta have all the toys.
I'm only 23 and I don't even have all of that.
That's the advantage of being 51. I was very lucky. I'm showing my age here, but I just told you I'm 51. But my brother, we almost had the water truck and Ryan Sarosian come head to head. My brother went into the Marines in 1977. December, I think it was, or before that. No, before that, because he came home for Christmas. And he brought us the Atari 1600, the original Atari. So I've been video gaming and stuff since 1977. And then my uncle worked for IBM as an engineer. So we had personal computers at home, IBM computers, in the mid-'80s, long before they came out and readily available to the public.
Yeah.
So I have been tech savvy. Well, I don't know if I'm going to say tech savvy. I've had tech items for most of my life. I'll leave it at that. I'm not going to say I'm tech savvy because I get myself in trouble more often than not. So we got our super stocks out here. Ryan Sarosian into 12 El Camino. We got the 99 of Jim Freely, the 87. That's a new addition.
And I believe that is a IMCA stock car, if I am correct.
Yeah, we're running the stock cars with the super stocks tonight because
driven
of the car
by, I believe that is Brian Pierce that is driving that machine today.
Okay, so the 87 is just being tested. It's not going to race tonight. We tried. But Devin Vaughn, who did not make it out, was supposed to be there as well. Trevor Kleiman's first one rolling out in the 2C 2020 Antioch Speedway IMCA Northern Sports Modified Champion, track champion. First one out for the Sport Modified Hot Laps.
And right behind him, we have the 17 out of Antioch, California. That is Kevin Brown. Or I'm sorry, out of Oakley, California. That is Kevin Brown and the 17 machine.
Then we got the 10 car. Of course, that guy Allworks out of Pittsburgh, California, driving that. I always love his wraps. He has the best wraps.
Yeah, he does, yes. Right behind him, we have the Iceman, 2019 Sport Mod champion here at Antioch Speedway. Iceman Tommy Fraser.
Scott Foster behind him in that 22S. Scott Foster in the 22S out of...
And right behind him we have the 76. Last year's runner-up in the points championship, Mark Gardner, in the 76 machine.
Glad to see him back out here tonight. He missed the January 2nd race, so glad to see him back here tonight. Talked to him earlier. We'll be having him on the show here in the near future. Behind him, Scott Foster almost bounces off the wall. Reed Troen getting her first angry laps in the Sport Modified right in front of track champion Tommy Clemens in that 97 car. Reed Troen, the squirrel, stepping up from the hobby stocks.
Yes, and last but not least, we have the 19C of Tommy Clemens Jr. Right behind the 2C, his brother. Checker flag waves for this hot lap session.
One car spins around in turn number 2. That is the 19C of Tommy Climans.
As we get set for our next hot lap session. Rolling onto the racetrack. And that nice looking blue 21T, that is going to be Chase Thomas out of Atwater, California. Right behind him, we have the 52 machine out of Oakley, California. That is Jason Ryan Jr. Jason Ryan Jr. in the 52 machine. And then dwindling back down the field, that is a 325 machine out of Oakley, California. That is Tyler Brown. Tyler Brown out of Oakley, California as the green flag waves.
I'll tell you what, those numbers look cool under the lights now. They're really standing out.
So are we talking about the 325 or the 52?
Oh, both. But the 325 is the first one I noticed. Yeah. The 52 sticks out as well. Andrew Pierce comes next. He's in the 15P back there, coming up off turn number 2 down the back straightaway. Mr. Smooth, Andrew Pierce.
Mr. Smooth.
Out of Oakley, California.
And right behind him, we have his buddy in the number 6 car out of Antioch, California. That is going to be Dylan Conley. Dylan Conley in the all-white number 6 race car.
Where's Chris Bennett in his number 6? He sold that thing.
Yeah. And right behind him, we have the 27 machine of Travis Meyerhoff. Travis Meyerhoff out of Half Moon Bay, California.
And the 27S of Dwayne Short out of Merced, California, coming
so slow
through turn number 4 all of a sudden. Looks like he's going to come to a stop. Oh, that's it. So the 27 today, he's got 2 cars, I think, is what it is. Sometimes he's 27, sometimes he's like 327. And it's a really small 3 in front of the 27.
Yeah, I think you might be right, yeah.
Thanks for tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV. As the 2021 season kicks off in force, the second race of the year technically. Now this race tonight for these guys is not a points race.
Not a points race, yes.
For the track points, it is a points race for national and state
regional and state, yes.
Yes. Sprint cars coming up next. Start pushing them off. So our 2020 champion not here, DJ Johnson not here tonight.
Or our second in points finisher,
Dylan Bloomfield.
Dylan Bloomfield. Yes, I believe he is in Marysville.
He is in Marysville tonight.
Running a wing sprint car. So, and man, that car does look really sharp. I've seen it on Facebook. And
yes, I meant to tell them to send me a picture so I can include it with the interview, because I did an sit-down interview with him last Saturday at the Test and Tune, and I will be playing that. I'm waiting until the week leading into the first winged car race, so the week of the 27th. So it was white then at practice.
Yeah, it was
and
plain
they got
white,
it detailed up, and man, that thing looks good.
It looks sharp, yes. Good luck to him out there in Marysville. Rolling out to the racetrack, that is a 36 Bob Newberry. Bob Newberry out of Brentwood, California, onto the racetrack.
Brand new race car for him, looking to shake that monkey he had on his back last year. If it wasn't for bad luck, he would have had no luck at all last year. He just did not catch a break.
Really just couldn't. Lap traffic, stuff did not go his way. As well into the racetrack, we have the 50 out of Santa Rosa, California. That is Tony Bernard. Tony Bernard in that white and red 50 machine.
Tony, regular runner here. It was nice, glad to see him back again this year. He was here basically, I believe, every week last year. So nice to have Tony Bernard back out of Santa Rosa, California. Behind him is a white car.
I believe it's a OX.
Is that the Sheldon Moniz?
Yeah.
out of Wanini. Oh, excuse me, Wani. It's Wani. I got my little phonetics here. Wani, Hawaii. One of the 3 Moniz cars. Nope, that is Cameron Martin. They have a number on this side, not on the other side.
Yeah.
Cameron Martin in
And
the 11 car out of Discovery Bay.
behind him, we have the 27 machine out of Sonora, California. That is Steve Miyochi. Hope I'm
Actually,
not
that
butchering-
one is going to be the other. That's going to be Brandon Moniz. Moniz. Because he has flags on the back, and Steve. I don't think Steve ran last year,
Steve did run last year.
and
You're
so he
correct.
wouldn't have the flags on the back. I don't think. See if we can see the small JR.
But that's the same paint scheme, I believe. So
So is that Steve? That might be Steve. He was 62 years old last year. That's probably Steve. I'm not seeing the JR, so we'll call it Steve. Miyanki is how that is pronounced.
Miyanki. Okay, there we go. As well, onto the racetrack, we have the 21 machine of Roy Fisher out of Antioch, California.
Bob on the camera down there is saying, I'm going to shoot you guys. You're not staying in order. The way they're rolling up. Sorry, Bob. 21 Roy Fisher, longtime competitor here at Antioch Speedway. Patricia Fisher, his wife, Rick McCaw's PBS Bushing sponsorship on that 21 car.
All right, so we go past Roy. We go to the next on the line, the 1S machine.
It's a Sheldon Moniz.
That would be Sheldon Moniz, yes. 1S machine, that is Sheldon Moniz. Also out of Wahine, Hawaii. As these guys take the green flag and they just light up the racetrack. The wingless sprint cars last year did put on some great shows for their feature events.
Yes, they
So I wouldn't see why tonight would be a...
Gonna miss the battle of the 33s.
Yeah, we are.
DJ Johnson, Dylan Bloomfield.
And
Put on
just
some
so
great battles all
just
year
so
long.
two different, very, very young driver, and then one's very, very talented. Or I'm not saying, can't say that Dylan's not talented, but one's just been in the game for quite a while, and the way they did battle, last year at the racetrack was phenomenal.
Hopefully get DJ back out here later this year. It was so nice coming to the racetrack tonight, or this afternoon, excuse me, and there was a football game going on across the street.
Oh, really?
It's like, ooh, things are starting to head towards
yeah.
normal. Getting ready for the next set to come out. First car out. That's a 13W of Jacob Williams out of Valley Springs, California.
The white and blue. I like that. I like the colors on that race car. As we have the 92 machine, that is going to be Jeff Scotto.
Just a reminder, sprint cars do not have starter. Most of them don't have starters, anyway. So they do have to be pushed off. I'm sorry, not Brian Jones. Sean Jones in the 14 car out of San Jose, California. He is doing double duty tonight, both his Dwarf car and his sprint car. Sean Jones in the 14.
And then in that 71 machine that we see rolling down the front straightaway, that is going to be James East out of San Jose, California.
I like that wrap this year.
Yeah,
He's got a
it
good
looks,
wrap on it.
yes,
Looks
it
good.
does. Looks very, very nice.
Next one out, the 32 car is Jimmy Christian. East Morgan Hill is his hometown. Going down into turn number 1, Christian Electric, Santa Maria Racing, Chaco Overhead Doors, Indy Metal Finishing sponsorship on that car.
And then we see the 77 machine, or 77S, out of Concord, California. That is Ryan Silverline. Silverline, out of Concord, California, in the 77S.
Heating him up. Green flag out for this hot lap session.
Green flag comes out. As we said earlier, 16 entries for the wingless sprint car class. 3 heat races, you'll see these guys run.
So I don't know if anybody's done it yet, but on my race pass, I haven't done it yet. They have fantasy racing. You can do fantasy racing for here.
So I've never done fantasy racing. I do dirt draft. I've never done fantasy racing on my race pass. All right, as the checker flag comes out for this hot lap session.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to go racing. We got one driver switching over, but as soon as he is done, and he's starting on the pole. So Dwarf Cars coming up first on road number 1 for heat race number 1 for the Delta Dwarf Cars. Excuse me, out of San Jose, California. In the 80N, it's Sean Jones. To his outside, the 8812 Double D of Chance Russell out of Antioch, California.
And in your second row, we have the 18 Double D out of Dublin, California. That is Devin Kammerman. And to his outside, in the 88 Double D out of Concord, California, that's going to be Travis Day.
Lonnie T-Cat starts inside row number 3 out of Atwater, California in a 2-car. To his outside, Ryan Winter, another guy to watch out for out of Galt, California in the 4N.
And in your fourth and final row, in the 00 out of Tracy, California, that is going to be Mike Casaro.
Butch Mike Casaro in that 00 Double D, past champion here in the Delta Dwarf Cars. So 3 heat races for the Delta Dwarf Cars here tonight. As we get set, racing action about to begin. Heat race number 1 coming out, and again, Sean Jones on the point. Time to go racing for 2021 here at Antioch Speedway. Coming around to the green flag, first time by. Got him lined up over there in turn number 3. Up off turn number 4, green flag in the air. Off the break, the 80 car of Sean Jones gets out to turn number 1. Working halfway up the racing surface. One car coming up almost into the wall. That's the 4N of Ryan Winters at the back of the pack. He gets it back up, comes down the other end of the racetrack. And back in line, but up front, one door. Mike Casaro has his right side door wide open going down the front straightaway into turn number 1. He currently is in the 4th spot, that 0-0. One car almost off the wall off turn number 2. Meanwhile, up front, it is the 80N of Sean Jones. Crosses the line. 17.55 seconds, 76.923 miles an hour. Second, the 18 Double D of Devin Cameron. Third is the 4N. After almost hitting the wall on the first lap, he's now up to third. It is that Ryan Winter car in that 4N. Mike Casaro in the 4th spot. Crossing the line, 3 down, 5 to go. The 88 Double D comes in the 4th spot. Travis Day, 5th. The 812 of Chance Russell, and that's back-to-back the 2 car of Lonnie T-Cat. That's your running order, coming around halfway done. 4 down, 4 to go this time by. 17.30 seconds that time, 78.035 miles an hour. As Sean Jones comes up off turn number 2. He has got 3/4 of a straightaway lead back to who is now in second, Ryan Winter. Trying to reel in Sean Jones. He's got 3 laps to do it and 3/4 of a straightaway to make up as they head down into turn number 1. Devin Cameron in the 3rd spot. Mike Casaro 4th and 5th is Travis Day. Back up front, the 80 car. Sean Jones comes up off turn number 4. 2 laps to go. Ryan Winters is cutting into his lead. Cut that down to about a half a straightaway as they come up off turn number 2, down the back stretch into turn number 3. Sean Jones seeing the white flag this time by. Up off turn number 4, Sean Jones one more time around. Ryan Winters not going to be able to do it unless Sean Jones has a problem. Up off turn number 2, Sean Jones gets out of his sprint car, hops in his dwarf car, and heading towards a win as he comes up off turn number 4. Sean Jones in that 80 car with the win in heat race number 1 for 2021 for the Delta Dwarf cars.
Second is going to go to Ryan Winters. Third is going to go to the 18 of Devin Cameron. And it looks like the 0-0 machine of Mike Casaro's door was open as he crossed the finish line.
He raced the entire race with that door open.
And then the 88 of Travis Day rounding out your top 5.
Heat race number 1 in the books, Sean Jones. Man, tell you what, it's tough when you put that man on the front row.
Yeah.
And then even tougher when you put him on the pole. Yeah. He is going to be fast out of the box no matter what. Heat race number 2 rolling off, Sean the Kid Catucci, the first one out. Outside of him, Tom Van Tile out of Forest Hill, California in the 111 car.
And in your second row, the 68 of Dynamite, David Rosa out of Antioch, California. And to his outside, the 21 Double D out of Belico, California. That is going to be Scott Dahlgreen.
David Michael Rosa starts inside row number 3 in the 2 Double D out of Antioch. And the 52 Double D of Chuck Conover out of Pittsburgh, California starts outside row 3.
And in your fourth and final row out of Fairfield, California, that is going to be Mike Grenner. As we get set 8 laps, heat race number 2 coming at you. As they get set one more time.
Going to give them the 1 to go signal this time by. Fabulous Bob with that magic green flag in the air. I didn't see Ellie Russo come out for her hot lap session. Did I miss her? She's scheduled to start in the next heat race. We'll talk about her in a minute. Spanky back there at the back of the pack. In that 12 car, longtime competitor in the dwarf car division. Coming around to the green flag this time by, being led by Sean Catucci in that 43 Double D.
And he's going to see the green flag waves. Oh, and he's not going to get the start that he wanted. The 111 of Tom Van Tile is going to jump in front of him. And it looks like Sean Catucci is going to drop all the way back to the 4th position. now the 6th position. Oh, as they go in. And it looks like that is the 21 of Scott Dahlgren, I'm sorry. And
that was Dynamite Dave Rosa kamikazed into turn number 3 and just got hard into the side of Scott Dahlgren, our 2019 Dwarf Car Champion here at Antioch Speedway.
yeah, wow. What a way to start heat race number 2, but Sean Catucci did not get the start that he wanted as he started pole in this heat race and dropped all the way back, to the 6th position about time they got into the back straightaway.
Get those cars separated and we'll get them going again. That was a bonsai move.
Yeah, it looks like he was trying to make something happen early in the heat race. Now it looks like they're going to have to get untangled. And as also, too, it plays a factor in that we said earlier that this track is still slick, still has a lot of moisture in it, so car probably didn't stick the way he wanted to. See is the front straightaway. Sean Catucci is rolling pretty slow down the front straightaway. I don't know if he sees maybe something that's probably broken or bent in that race car. Looks like he's going to keep it on the racetrack for now.
He went back fast.
Yes, as they get the 21 of Scott Dahlgren loose, and he's rolling down the front straightaway. Nothing looks bent or broken, as I can see from up here in the tower. He's gonna... Looks like his left rear is kind of shaky a little bit, maybe a flat tire possibly. And it looks like now David Rosa is now moving. Possibly not under his own power, though. And as Wiley said earlier, only class that is not racing for track points tonight is the IMCA Northern Sport Mods. The rest of the classes here are racing for the track points here tonight, so everybody's trying to get a good finish here tonight. And it looks like now David Rosa is now rolling under his own power as he's going to catch up to the
He will probably have to be leave the racetrack because I believe it's one and done for the heat races. Waiting to confirm that.
And it is a complete restart. So luckily that will give Sean Catucci the pole once again. 8 laps back on the board. And it looks like the lights are out, so we're going to get set to go.
Waiting on a Texas style restart.
And the green flag is going to wave. Once again, the 111 of Tom Van Tuyl is going to jump in front of the 43. And here comes alongside Sean Catucci is going to be the 21 machine, Scott Dahlgren. And leading lap number 1 is going to be Tom. And that 111, Sean Catucci second. Here comes Mike Runnert Mike Grunnard making his way up through the field from the 7th position. He is now 4th. And here comes Dynamite David Rosa as well. He is now in that 5th position as he is making some headway, a charge up the field. Now Mike Grunnard is making the move for 3rd down the back straightaway. Trying to make his way from last to 1st. Sean Catucci holding steady in that 2nd place position. Still the 111 of Tom Van Tuyl is your leader. It looks like he's starting to pull away a bit from the field. Here comes Mike Grunnard on the 43.
Spanky getting right up on the rear bumper of Sean Catucci. Catucci much better restart, or much better start than second time. Goes down the front straight in turn number 1, but Spanky gets around him on the inside. Coming up off turn number 4. They come off turn number 2. Now Spanky sets his sights on that 111 of Tom Van Tuyl.
Spanky making his way, inching closer and closer, coming out of 4 towards the 111. He has 3 laps to get something done. Let's see if he can get the heat race win as Van Tuyl slides up the racetrack. The 12 of Mike Grunnard inches even closer. And 3 and 4.
Grunnard had almost a 3/4 of a second advantage that time as far as lap time. He just broke into the 16-second lap as right on his rear bumper. Looks to the inside, coming up off turn number 2. Battle for the lead down the back straightaway. Into turn number 3. Van Tuyl closes the door. Spanky still keeps his nose under there, coming up off turn number 4. White flag in the air. They're coming to the checkered flag next time by.
They drag down the front straightaway, and it's going to be Spanky's going to take the lead coming out of 2 down the back straightaway from dead last to 1st.
Grunnard up off turn number 4. Checkered flag in the air. Spanky takes home the win.
Wow, what a heat race.
Van Tuyl in the 2nd spot. 3rd is Sean Catucci. He started on the point. 4th is going to be Scott Dahlgreen. 5th will be, let's see, David Michael Rosa. 6th will be Chuck Conover. 7th will be David Rosa. Last lap was 17:29, 78.080 miles an hour.
Man, what a race. Your winner of heat race number 2 in the 12N, that is going to be Spanky Mike Grunnard from dead last to 1st. As we get set for heat race number 3, rolling out into the racetrack. Road number 1 in the 20N out of Tracy, California, that is going to be Joe LeDuc. And to his outside is going to be the 36 Double D out of California, is going to be Dennis Gilcrease.
Road number 2 inside, Ellie Russo took home her national event win down in Arizona about a month ago out of Bay Point, California. 31 Double D behind, next to her, the 40 Double D, last year's winner, and also a champion of a national event, Kevin Moralio out of Pleasanton, California, net 40 Double D.
And in your 3rd and final row is going to be the 38 Double D out of Vacaville, California. That is going to be John Tardif. And to his outside, the 85 Double D, location unknown, is going to be Jack Hardy.
Jack Haverty in that 85 Double D back there. Out of, I don't have him either on my list. So Jack Haverty out of Parts Unknown.
As we get set for a 3rd and final heat race for the Dwarf Cars here tonight.
Hey, if you do have My Race Pass, or if you haven't gone there yet, they are having some live time and scoring. It's not official yet as far as all the cars having it on, but it is showing up. And if you happen to have it, just subscribe. And
little steps that we're moving forward with the race facility. As the green flag is going to wave, and it looks like it's going to be the 36. Dennis Gilcrease is going to jump out to the early lead.
Ellie Russo falls back into the 4th spot coming up off turn number 2, but here comes the Kevin Moralio car. Taking up the lead, coming through 3 and 4. The line, Kevin Moralio on the points.
Yep, Kevin Moralio starting in 3rd position. He's going to be your leader across the line. Gilcrease 2nd. And here comes that 85 of Jack Haverty. Is going to take over that 2nd place position. And is going to set his sights on the 40.
Jack Haverty, one of those cars that's involved in the Wagner Racing stables. They go down the back straightaway to turn number 3. Haverty looks underneath Kevin Moralio, not close enough to make a move. Moralio has a really good run through 3 and 4 on that high side, and actually stretches it out by about 3 car lengths.
Yeah, he's one of the only ones so far that we've seen run.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, he slips up, and that's going to allow the 85 machine to move in the inside. Can he counter? No. We have a new leader, the 85 of Jack Haverty.
1774 on the stopwatch that time, 76.099 miles an hour. Here comes Kevin Moralio. That time Jack Haverty slipped up in turn number 2. Opened up the door. Kevin Moralio takes it back. We are 4 down, 4 to go. Coming to the line, 3 to go. This time by for Kevin Moralio in that blue 40 car.
Yes, and it looks like we're just having a slip and slide counter attack race going on here between Moralio and Haverty, our front runners. Looks like Dennis Gilcrease is holding steady right there. And that third place position, we have a little battle going on for 4th.
Battle for the lead down the front straight away to turn number 1. Haverty on the inside. Moralio on the high side. They got a slower car up in front of them they're going to have to deal with. That is the Joe LeDuc car. Down into turn number 3. Haverty has to fall back in line to go on the outside of that slower car. White flag in the air.
White flag in the air for Murillo. One more time around the racetrack, and he's gonna hold off Haverty. They're gonna drag possibly down the back straightaway. Haverty inside, no, and he's gonna lose it. Wow.
He's going to keep second though. Jack Haverty spins in turn number 3. Kevin Moralio with the win.
Kevin Moralio. Jack Haverty's going to take second. 36 of Dennis Gilcrease. Third, the 31 of Ellie Russo holding tight in that 4th place position. And rounding out your top 5 is going to be John Tardif.
He gave it everything he had, got down to turn number 3, and the rear wheels did not stick, and he looped it. Did Jack Haverty. So just so you know, if you are watching on My Race Pass, you'll notice that like Kevin Moralio didn't have his transponder on yet, so he wasn't showing up as a leader. Again, what's on there tonight is not official. It is just an opportunity to take a look at what it's going to look like when we have it officially up and going. With that, Hobby Stocks coming up. Heat race number 1 on the point out of Chico, California. The 81 car of Ricky Lloyd. And 2 is outside out of Merced, California. The 8 car of George Silva.
And in your second row is going to be the 32 out of Salida, California. That is going to be Steve Torres. And to his outside is going to be the 78 out of Rio Vista, California. That is going to be Kenneth Robles.
And do want to point out that the top 3 transfer to the A main. There will be a B main for these cars. Inside row 3, the 75, that's Misty Wellborn out of Castro Valley, California. And to the out 4, Gene Haney out of Oakley, California in the 45 car.
And in your 4th and final row in the 24X out of Dublin, California, that is going to be Tom Leopold.
Starting lineup for the first heat race for the Hobby Stocks here for night number 1, 2, number 2, number 1. Number 1 of the regular season. How's that?
Yeah,
showing their way. As the Hobby Stocks once again showing up in force here at Antioch Speedway.
Yeah, they had a really good car count last year, and it looks like they're going to start the season opener off, like we said, 26 entries, 4 heat races. Top 3 is going to transfer to the A feature tonight.
Waiting to give them the 1 to go signal. Got, let's see, row 1 again is Rick Lloyd, George Silva. Row 2, it's the Mad Mex, Steve Torres, and Kenneth Robles taking over driving duties from his dad, Jason Robles. That car is fast. We know that for sure. Misty Wellborn on the inside of 3 with Gene Haney on the outside. Last time he ran, he broke his hand.
Yes,
Had got his hand caught in the steering wheel when he had an accident down in turn number 3 with his grandson.
Yes.
So good to see Gene back out here. And Tom Leopold out of Dublin, California, bringing up the rear of the field.
As we get set, our first heat race for the Hobby Stocks. And the lights are still on down the back straightaway. It looks like we're going to give them 1 more time around the racetrack.
Going to give them 1 to go this time by. Had some officiating issues we had to deal with real quick.
As you see, Fabulous Bob gives them the 1 to go signal. Time to get smunched and crunched. Get ready to rock and roll.
So I just want to point out that orange 05 car, Roger Sossaman, first time in a race. never drove anything until 2 weeks ago. So good luck to him, Steve. Steve Perry's grandson.
As we get set, and green flag is out. Jumping out to the early lead. It looks like it's going to be the 8 of George Silva. And it looks like we have one slow on the front straightaway already, and that's going to probably bring out a yellow, and it's going to be Tom Leopold and the 24X machine, as he's not able to get off the racing exit, and that is going to bring out a yellow flag. And I believe that was going to be a complete restart also for the rest of the field.
Lots of extra horsepower tonight with the cool air,
Yes.
as that does help the horsepower issue. Thanks for tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV. Love having you on here. Got some good things planned for this year. We will be having some replays coming up, and we are very close to debuting a lot of stuff. Some computers are being built. It is to go from 0 to have a TV network in like a week last year was a daunting task, and we're still working on it. So thanks for tuning in.
As we're trying to get the lineup set for these guys.
Complete restart due to not getting a lap in. Fabulous Bob with that magic green flag in the air. All right, let's pop over here and see. Oh, look at that. On the My Race Pass, it even gives you the top 3 transfer line on there.
Yeah, it does all that.
I'm liking
It's a
this
fancy.
thing.
It's a fancy little app. It is.
Running order, best lap, positions gained. All kinds of
As
games.
we get set to try this take 2. Heat race number 1 is gonna go green flag, and once again
They
George
touch
Silva.
coming up off
Yeah,
number 4.
George Silva in the 81 of Ricky Lloyd. But here comes at 78 of Kenneth Robles down the back straightaway. He moves it to the 2nd place position, past Lloyd. Misty Wellborn in that 4th place position.
Up off turn number 4, George Silva. He's got Kenneth Robles right on his rear bumper down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Smoke coming out of the back of the 78K car. He slips up just a little bit, loses a half a car length, but Diamond's a corner off. One car leaves the racetrack. That is the, was that the 32 car? I think.
Steve Torres.
Steve Torres.
Yeah.
The Mad Mex leaves the racetrack, but George Silva still on the point, crossing the line. 2 down, 6 to go.
And it looks like Kenneth Robles is just stalking the rear end of that 8 machine, waiting to make his move, and there it is, down the inside of the number 8, down the back straightaway. He's going to take the lead. Oh, and George Silva did not like that. He's going to give him a little love tap in the rear, saying, hey, dude.
They got together side to side up off turn number 2, and George Silva got down there and said, hey, I didn't like that. And but Silva pushes up. He's having troubles with handling on that race car. Meanwhile, Robles pulls away down into turn number 3, the 78 car. That 3rd place car is the 81 of Rick Lloyd, and 4th is the 45 of Gene Haney, and in the 5th spot it's Misty Wellborn. 4 down, 4 to go.
4 down, 4 to go, and now it looks like possibly Silva may be under attack by the 81 of Ricky Lloyd, as Kenneth Robles continued to hold on to that lead. They're going to come into 3 laps to go across the line. See if he can pick up his first heat race win.
Coming up off turn number 2, down the back straightaway, Kenneth Robles, followed by George Silva, Rick Lloyd, Gene Haney, Misty Wellborn. Your running order coming around 2 to go this time by. This time by at the line. It is a 20.26 second lap, 66.634 miles an hour.
And now it looks like all the cars are starting to kind of space out and find their group, find their placement in the race. As it looks like George Silva might be able to try to make a charge. It's going to be hard unless Kenneth Robles makes a mistake, as white flag is out for Kenneth Robles. And he has some smoke, puffing and puffing out of the car more and more down the back straightaway. It looks like he's going to keep it steady, going into 3, coming out of 4, and he's going to pick up the heat race win. Kenneth Robles picking up heat race.
Heat race
win.
number 1.
Yeah, heat race number 1. I'm sorry. George Silva is going to finish 2nd. It's going to be Ricky Lloyd 3rd. Gene Haney 4th. And rounding out your top 5 is going to be Misty Wellborn.
Have an interview with Misty on the live show earlier today. Or actually, that's not true. I didn't do it on the live show. She'll be up this week on Wiley's Race Report. Quick win with her. So, heat race number 2 looks like this. James Gracely in the 44G on the point out of Antioch, California, and Maddie Motts in the 13 car out of San Pablo, California, starting outside row number 1.
And in row number 2, we have the 46 of Colton Haney out of Brentwood, California, and to his outside out of Oakley, California. And the 225 is going to be Aiden Paciano.
Inside row number 3 to 24M, that's Larry McKenzie out of Discovery Bay, California. To his outside, it's Rocky Adam Kajala out of Antioch, California.
And in your 4th and final row, out of Antioch, California, in the 05, that is going to be Roger Sosaman. Sosaman in the 05.
Getting him out here.
Andrew, I don't think I have the thing I had last year because I don't have the announcer's page and stuff.
All right, as Fabulous Bob gives him the 1 to go signal, as we are going to get set to get heat race number 2 underway. Remember, top 3 cars do transfer. Top 3 is going to transfer to the feature. And this is one of those where I would say this is a stacked heat race for this class. And it looks like the 05 is going to be the Strangler.
He's just kind of, first time in a race car, he's just kind of hanging out in the back, I think.
As we are going to get set, green flag is going to wave. Aiden Paciano jumps out to the early point. He heads into turn 1. Kajala slides up the racetrack. He was trying to look for something. He's going to tag the wall, and that's going to allow Graisley and Larry McKenzie to get by him. As I said, remember, the top 3 transfer straight directly into the A feature tonight. Now McKenzie is going to grab hold of that 2nd place position and set his sights on the 225.
Down the back straightaway into turn number 1, the 225 of Aiden Paciano. A much different looking car this year. On the point, Larry McKenzie trying to get to him. He's about a car length and a half. Down the front straightaway into turn number 1. James Gracely is in that 3rd spot. 4th is Adam Kajala. 5th is Maddie Mott. 6th is the 46 of Colton Haney. 7th will be the 05 of Roger Sossaman. But coming up off turn number 4, that battle for the lead, side by side off turn number 4. They're going to have to work around the slower car of Sossaman. He gets out of the way. McKenzie has to fall back in line. Give it back to Aiden Paciano.
Aiden Paciano is going to slip up the racetrack, and now it's going to allow Larry McKenzie to drive right by him down to the inside. Down the back straightaway. Does Aiden have anything for him as he slides out the racetrack once again? Graisley still sitting in that 3rd place position. Larry McKenzie now your leader.
Got the 05 of Sossaman with his front bumper. He's actually running over his own bumper. We're going to have to give him the black flag, get him off the racetrack.
And he's going to pull in, yes.
So that battle for the lead off turn number 4 now is Larry McKenzie working a pretty line through 3 and 4. And Aiden Paciano losing a little bit of ground each lap right now down the front straightaway into turn number 1.
Yeah, and it looks like you can tell who's the cream of the crop here in this heat race as these two are starting to drive away from the field. It looks like ever so slightly. Larry McKenzie is just pulling more and more away from the 225 of Aiden Paciano as he's getting around this track really good. 2 laps to go for Larry McKenzie in that 24M machine.
Ponciano having trouble coming up off turn number 2, almost into the fence, had to almost come to a complete stop. One car spins around at turn number 2, gets tagged just a little bit. Mad Maddie Mott gets tagged just a little bit by Colton Haney as she's sitting sideways. They both keep going, stay in their same positions. White flag is out. McKenzie off turn number 2, coming around to the checkered flag this time.
As he rolls down the back straightaway and he slides into 3, he's gonna come out of 4. Checker flag's gonna wave for Larry McKenzie. He's gonna pick up the heat race win. Second is gonna go to Aiden Ponciano. Third and final transfer spot is gonna go to the 44G of James Graisley. Fourth is gonna go to the 16 machine of Adam Kajala. And
fifth will be Mad Maddie Motts.
yes, and it looks like we have the 225 of Aiden Ponciano sitting in turn 2. Looks like he may have collected the fence as he came across the checkered flag.
He tried to do that a few times in that race. So 6 of our final members are determined, as we have 2 of our 4 heat races down. Heat race number 3 looks like this. Jeff Betancourt changing his number this year. He's the 70S out of Brentwood, California, starting on the point outside the front row. Gavin Griffiths out of Brentwood, California in that 47 car.
And in your second row in the 89 machine out of Antioch, California, that is going to be Brian Lloyd. And to his outside out of Marysville, California in the 555, that is going to be Anthony Double D.
In row number 3, Logan Fernandez in the 14 car out of Oakley, California. And to his outside, the 29J of Jake Betancourt out of Brentwood, California.
As we get set, 8-lap heat race, top 3 transfer.
Bringing them around. Lights are out, going green flag racing this time by Jeff Betancourt in that 70S. On the point. Green flag in the air. Betancourt with a good jump. Down the front straightaway into turn number 1. He takes the lead. The 47 car of Gavin Griffiths slips up the hill, opens up the door, and lets Brian Lloyd take that second spot. And here comes Logan Fernandez in the 14 car. He moves his way into the third spot.
Yeah, young Logan Fernandez looking in the inside of the 89 machine. And he's in the final transfer spot to the A feature. And it looks like the 70S of Jeff Betancourt is going to try to check out from the rest of the field. And as you said, sitting in that 4th position is going to be Gavin Griffiths. Coming across the line once again is going to be Jeff Betancourt, Brian Lloyd, and Logan Fernandez. Yeah.
Those 3 cars come up off turn number 2. Logan's looked like he's reeling in Floyd just a little bit coming up off the turn, and actually that time going into turn number 3. Looks like he had a good run into the turn. Looks to the inside coming up off turn number 4. Side-by-side battle for second. Down into turn number 1 they go. Fernandez dives in deep. Lloyd closes the door. They almost touch. Coming up off turn number 2. Fernandez not giving it up. Down the back straightaway into turn number 3. On the inside, Fernandez. But his car pushes up that time. He falls back in line as they come up off turn number 4. At the line, 4 down, 4 to go.
Yeah, he is definitely giving Lloyd some pressure around this racetrack. He just slides up ever so slightly and he loses ground. Now the 89 of Lloyd is gaining ground on Jeff Betancourt. Betancourt could possibly be in trouble for this front runner position, as it looks like Brian Lloyd kind of loses it a little bit as he was coming out of 4. Jeff Betancourt slides up the racetrack next to the turn 2 wall. He's still holding a lead, a sizable 3-car lead over Brian Lloyd. Oh, and Brian Lloyd pulls it into the infield. Something must have happened to that race car as he completely just drove it into the infield and it shut down. Now Logan Fernandez is now in that 2nd place position, and that is going to give the 55 or the 555, I believe, of Anthony Double D the 3rd and final transfer position. As Jeff Betancourt's going to see the white flag.
Betancourt down in turn number 1. He's got a sizable lead over the 14 of Logan Fernandez, a triple nickel of Anthony Doubledy in that third and final transfer spot. But he's starting to get a little bit of pressure from the 47 of Gavin Griffiths, but not quite close enough and going to run out of time. Meanwhile, at the front, Jeff Betancourt takes home the win in that 70S.
Finishing second is going to be Logan Fernandez. Third is going to go to the 555 of Anthony Doubledy. Fourth is going to go to the 47 of Gavin Griffiths. And the fifth place position is going to go to the 29J of Jake Betancourt.
The last lap of 1958 on the stopwatch, 68.948 miles an hour for Jeff Betancourt. Heat race number 4 getting ready to roll out at fourth and final heat race, I should say.
Fourth and final heat race for the hobby stocks.
Anthony Vina, the 54 car out of Concord, California, on the point outside. Our 2020 hobby stock champion out of Pittsburgh, the 18T of James Thompson.
And in your second row is going to be the 02 out of Fairfield, California. That is going to be Albert Ballinger. And to his outside, the 24 out of Antioch, California, is going to be Devin Vaughn in the 24 machine.
In our third and final row, the 71A of Michaela Taylor on the inside out of Oakley, and to her outside, Angela Brown of Antioch, California in the 47X.
As we get set 8 laps, top 3 transfer to the heat race. To the feature. Last heat race for the hobby stocks.
Bringing them around.
As they get set, the lights are out. They make their way around 3, coming to 4, and they're going to see the green flag is going to wave. And early jump out to the lead is going to be James Thompson in that 18T machine.
Thompson running injured here this weekend.
Anthony Vina in that second place position. Angela Brown in that final transfer. She wants a direct transfer into the feature tonight.
James Thompson down into turn number 1. Anthony Vina second. Anthony Vina is another one of those guys that just cannot seem to catch a break. He has lost at least 5 motors in the last 2 seasons that he's run. He took a year off, but he just has had very bad luck, and hopefully has that monkey off his back and has a good run here this year. Right now, running into second spot, he's got Angela Brown about a car length and a half as that battle for second up off turn number 2. Down the back straightaway, Angela Brown having not good luck at the end of last year in that 47 car. They changed the looks of it, and she's running much better and likes the car much better. They found some stuff during testing, and she is much happier with that 47 car.
And she's in that final transfer position. Looks like she's gaining some ground on the 54, actually, of Anthony Vina. Down the back straightaway as they go into turn 3, coming out of 4, and still just holding on to that lead, trying to pull away is the 18T, our last year's hobby stock champion, James Thompson, as you see him down the back straightaway.
Racetrack is getting faster. Last time by, he was at 72 plus miles an hour. Give you a time this time by as he comes up off turn number 4. At the line, James Thompson, 1845, 73.171 miles an hour. So the racetrack is getting faster for sure. At each and every race.
And we have, it looks like,
battle for second up off turn number 2.
Yeah.
Angela Brown has caught Anthony Vina down into turn number 3.
Oh, and he slides up the racetrack. Anthony Vina. Oh, but and Angela Brown was not able to capitalize on his misfortune.
She looks to the inside. They don't want to take each other out. They're in qualifying positions in the main event. Michaela Taylor there in the 4th spot.
Yeah.
5th will be Albert Ballinger. White flag in the air one more time around.
Yeah, white flag in the air as we see James Thompson is the first driver to encounter lap traffic in his heat race as he's going to sail through 3. Coming out of 4, your heat race number 4 winner is going to go to James Thompson. And it looks like holding on for that second place position is going to be Anthony Vaughn. third is going to go to the 47X of Angela Brown, as they have a direct transfer spot into the feature. Fourth is going to go to the 71A of Michaela Taylor. And rounding out your top 5 is going to be the 02 of Albert Ballinger.
Devin Vaughn had trouble in the hot laps, not able to make the heat race. Hopefully they can get that fixed and get him back out here for the main event. Heat races are done for
The Hobby Stock.
Hobby Stocks.
It looks like we're going to get set to go Super Stock racing. Looks like they have 3 entries, 8 laps. If I am correct, class coming out.
Ryan Serezian on the point in his number 12 El Camino out of Knightson, California.
And to his outside is going to be the 99 out of Danville, California. What happened?
All right, Super Stocks getting ready to roll out. Behind the scenes fun. How you like your headset?
I like it. It's like they said, you gotta invest in something good to get good
Right.
quality. So I envision myself doing this for a while.
He's got himself a new headset. No longer the handheld.
Yeah,
Stuck to the,
I know a lot of people were saying I was fading when I was turning or this and that. Hopefully you guys can hear me pretty clearly and stuff like that. But yeah, had to invest in one over the off season. Let's finish running down this lineup. The number 99 out of Danville, California, that is going to be Jim Freely. And in your second and final row is going to be the 24 out of Antioch, California. That is going to be Devin Vaughn.
Jim Freely, one of the guys, he's always tough to beat.
Fast.
In that
very
99
fast.
car. That
Yes.
car is fast. So I've got I got my race pass thing figured out, so that's good.
So now you can finally see live timing and scoring and
Yes.
everything.
Yep. It was surprise operator error. I was signed into the wrong account, so that would do it. All right, we're this season. Cars on the racetrack. Fourth car, the 87 of Brian Pierce.
Brian
Got to
Pierce.
add one car to the back of the pack. 87.
Sharp looking race car it is. And that is a IMCA stock car.
Yeah, 2 of these cars out here actually will be stock cars. Here in a couple weeks.
You have a mix of stock cars and or pro stocks or super stocks or however you guys call them.
Something.
Looks like we have a golf cart. Looks like stuck in the. Or no, they're moving it.
Something happened over there and turned pit exit. That got that cleared up. Give them the 1 to go signal.
Looks like we have the.
Lights out. Going green flag racing. This time by Ryan Serezian, who I think I talked about earlier. He had a major malfunction in his drive shaft 2 Saturdays ago during a test and tune. So looking to pick home the win, but he's got Jim Freethy who's outside at the line. Jim Freethy by a nose down into turn number 1. Freethy in the 99 car comes up off turn number 2. Serezian, ooh, that car has a funky bobble, pushing like a dump truck. Gets through the turn now, down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Those cars come up off turn number 4. 1 down, 7 to go.
So it looks like we're going to try to see the speed that Freely has, as he is going to try to check out in this heat race away from the rest of the field. And I'm paying really close attention to our 2 IMCA stock cars that we have running back there as well. I know it's just a little test session, but man, the way those cars bar up and the way that they move is pretty incredible.
Off turn number 2 down the back straightaway. Into turn number 3, Freethy is there. Ryan Serezian starting to cut into that lead just a little bit. Coming up off turn number 4, but Serezian once again hit that car. The El Camino's having some trouble through the center and off. All the way, see right there, he just pushed really bad coming up off turn number 2. That 12th car.
Like you said, ever so slightly, it does look like he is gaining some ground on the 99 machine though.
Freethy at the line, 4 down, 4 to go. Here comes Serezian down into turn number 1.
Oh, as Freely slides up the racetrack, as now Serezian is kind of on his rear tail deck. I'm sorry, his tail. That's 3 to go. Let's see if they can both make it around 1 and 2. It looks like that's been both of their Achilles heel as they maneuver around 1 and 2 smoothly.
18:27 last time by on the stopwatch for Jim Freethy coming up off turn number 4. 2 to go this time. It's a 17:53. 77.011 miles an hour. Again, this racetrack getting faster and faster as the night goes on.
Oh, and it looks like
one car smoking in the back of the pack.
Yeah.
That's the 24 of Devin Vaughn. Big time trouble for that 24 IMCA stock car.
And white flag is going to wave for Jim Freely. Ryan Serezian sitting in second, but yeah, he is smoking bad.
Freethy up off turn number 2, down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Coming to the checkered flag this time by. Up off turn number 4, Serezian not close enough. Jim Freethy taking home another win here tonight.
Second is going to go to Ryan Serezian. Third, it looks like it's going to go to the 87 machine of Brian Pierce.
18:27 on the stopwatch, 73.892 miles an hour last time by for Jim Freethy.
Your winner in the stock cars in the 99 machine, that is going to be Jim Freely.
We got a fire on the 24 car back in the pit area, so some of our track workers are going to head back there and work on getting that put out. As he was blowing up last time, or as he was going around the last couple laps there. Heat race number 1 for the IMCA Northern Sports Modifieds. And look at this, Mr. Smooth
is sitting
starting on the point out of Oakley, California, just after Dad ran an IMCA stock car in that super stock race. Andrew Pierce starting on the point, the 15 car, the 22S of Scott Foster starting to his outside out of Oakley, California.
Yes, and in your second row, the 21T out of Atwater, California is going to be Chase Thomas. And to his outside is going to be the 76 machine out of Antioch, California. That is going to be Mark Gardner.
Not like you know him or anything.
I know. He's probably going to have a little few words for me.
Yes. 17B of Kevin Brown out of Oakley, California, starting inside row number 3. And 2 is outside in her first race. It is the Squirrel Bree Trone out of Antioch, California. Can't wait to see how she does. She was nervous. She said, I'll probably be crying in staging. She hates being in staging. Just sitting there and waiting. So she gets really nervous there. So hopefully she gets. She did well in the heat rate or in the hot lap. So
yeah.
Look forward to seeing her. They just got that car done last night.
Yes. So she does not have any testing or any anything.
No seat time.
Yeah,
at all.
no seat time at all. Besides last year in her hobby stock. So see how well she gets adjusted to it.
There she is in the 97 car. She'll be coming up on this week's edition of Wiley's Race Report. Head on over to Wiley Wade on YouTube. and Facebook.
As we are going to get set.
So Mark.
Here's somebody cheering.
Scott Foster is supposed to be on the front row. He's in row 2. A little change there. Green flag in the air.
Green flag in the air.
Pierce, Mark Garner at the line. Pierce closes the door on Garner. Gets down to turn number 1 first. Garner gets a little bit sideways in the center of the turn. Scott Foster pushes it up. He falls back to the 5th spot. Down into turn number 3 they go. Mark Garner tried to get underneath Andrew Pierce. Not quite close enough. Up off turn number 4. Lap 1. Andrew Pierce is the leader.
Lap 1's going to go to Mr. Smooth. Mark Garner pushes up the racetrack a little bit in 1. Here comes Chase Thomas in the 3rd position as you have a little battle going on between Scott Foster and Kevin Brown for that 4th place position. Holding on to the lead, it's still going to be Mr. Smooth, Andrew Pierce. As man, it just seems like he has that confidence from that win that he had at Stockton.
They got Pierce, you got Garner, you got Thomas there, and then you got Brown, Foster, and Trowan running over right now. Bree Trowan doing exactly what she wanted to do. She's just looking to get laps tonight, get some experience.
Yes, looks like Andrew bobbled a little bit. That allows Mark Garner to inch a little bit closer. They're all kind of running that distinct middle top side line. Yeah, they're going to set Bree Trowan and their sights that she's going to go a lap down. They split her.
Both sides of her. Garner goes down on the inside of Pierce. Garner, I bet he did that just for fun because he's very good friends with Trowan. But he did make a good move down there into turn number 3. But Pierce with about a 3-car length lead down the back straightaway this time. Coming around 2 to go this time.
Andrew Pierce 2 to go. As he's led this thing all the way so far. Let's see if he can pick him up a heat race win here tonight.
White flag is out one more time around. Andrew Pierce looking to take home a heat race win here tonight to start kick off the 2021 season at Antioch Speedway. Coming up on turn number 2. He's got about 4-car lengths over Mark Garner. Another 5 back to Scott Foster, or I'm sorry, Tanner Thomas.
And as he comes out of 4 is checker flag for Mr. Smooth. Andrew Pierce, 2nd is going to go to Mark Garner, 3rd to Chase Thomas, 4th to Kevin Brown, and 5th, rounding out your top 5, is going to go to Scott Foster.
Trowan will pick up that 6 spots.
And your heat race number 1 winner, Andrew Pierce, in the 15P.
Heat race number 2 looks like this on the point out of Half Moon Bay, California. The 27 car of Travis Meyerhoff. And to his outside, Tommy Frazier out of Antioch, California.
Yes, and in your 2nd row, the 2020 IMCAA Antioch Speedway Track Champion in the 2C out of Brentwood, California. That was going to be Trevor Klimans. And to his outside is going to be his brother out of Oakley, California in the 19C. That is going to be Tommy Klimans Jr.
Back in the pack, the 7J out of Brentwood, California. It's Fast Freddie Ryland coming off a win down in Arizona a couple weeks ago. And always a threat to win whenever he's on the racetrack. Heat race number 2 rolling off. Our winner needing a push truck, sounds like. Going to give him the 1 to go next time by. Keep an eye on the website, AntiochSpeedway.com. Also on Wiley's Race Report on Wiley Wade, Antioch Speedway announcer. In the coming weeks, we'll give you the information because if you have not heard, if you tuned in late, folks, guess what? We get to have fans in the stands. That's right. Coming up April 3rd. April 3rd, we're going to have fans in the stands. It will be pre-purchase of the tickets. It's not just show up and buy your tickets, pre-purchase of your tickets. So you'll have to figure out how to do that. And I think we're going to do it through My Race Pass. So if you don't have My Race Pass yet, get that. You can also go to myracepass.com. But My Race Pass is I do believe where we're going to be selling the tickets, and we will have a limit, whatever the government's regs are, but there will be a limit on that. So get ready to come out and join us here at Antioch Speedway. But don't worry, if you can't make it, we are still going to have Antioch Speedway TV up and running.
Yes.
That's not going away.
Yeah, that's not going to go away.
Like I said, we're going to be getting to the point we're going to have replays and stuff. So even if you're here in the stands, sign on to Antioch Speedway TV and see all the stuff and that we're going to have going on there. We'll have interviews. We're going to have a lot of fun as we continue to build this platform. Green flag in the air. Travis Meyerhoff comes up off turn number 4. He pulls to the inside, lets everybody around him. Here comes the Iceman, Tommy Frazier, our 2019 champion. He's on the point. He's got the Tom Climans Jr. on his rear bumper. Third is Fast Freddie Ryland. Fourth, Trevor Climans. And at the back-to-back is Travis Meyerhoff.
And it looks like Tommy Frazier is going to lead lap number 1 with the hard-charging Tommy Climans in his inside. Fast Freddy is already up to that third place position. He's going to set his sights on the 2 leaders. Oh, side by side across the line. I'm not sure who led that lap. Still, the Iceman's up front. Here comes Tommy Climans. Oh, Frazier slides up the racetrack.
Tommy Climans Jr. on the points. Frazier, he had a problem coming up off turn number 2. That's the problem spot over there.
It seems like it is, yes. It's a slick spot or something over there. But now Fred Ryland has Frazier in his sights. Frazier has to regroup. He's going to maneuver up top once again.
You want to know what? Tom Climans Jr., that wrap is making him faster.
Maybe.
It seems like he has been faster since he had that wrap on back at the beginning of 2021.
Yeah, and he's moving around this racetrack as they're going to come to 3 laps to go across the line.
Tom Climans Jr. down to turn number 1. He is our leader. Second, Tommy Frazier. Third, Fast Freddie Ryland. Fourth, Trevor Climans. Fifth, it is that 27 car of Travis Meyerhoff. And he almost gets into the wall on turn number 2 again, having trouble over there in turn 2.
Yep. 2 laps to go for Tommy Climans. And they could possibly have a heat race win. Oh, Ryland's pressuring the Iceman, but here comes Trevor Climans.
What a
He
move.
makes a move. And he sets his sights on the Iceman. White flags out for Tommy Climans Jr. Oh, and he gets a little sideways.
Our leader about lost it off turn number 4. Thankfully, had a big enough lead. He stays on the point. Coming around to the checkered flag this time by Tom Climans, Tommy Frazier, Trevor Climans, Fast Freddie Ryland, checker flag in the air. Tom Climans Jr. with the win.
Tommy Frazier second, Trevor Climans third. Fast Freddie Ryland's going to finish in that 4th place position. And rounding out your top 5 is going to go to the 27 machine of Travis Meyerhoff.
Trevor Climans shot off turn number 2 like a rocket and just blew past Fast Freddie. That last lap for Tom Climans is 16:39, 82.369 miles an hour on my stopwatch. With that, heat race number 3 getting ready to roll out with Dylan Connolly out of Antioch, California in that 6 car on the point to his outside Tyler Brown and out of Oakley, California in that 325.
And in your second row is going to be the 27S machine out of Merced, California. That is going to be Dwayne Short. And to his outside in the number 10 machine out of Antioch, California, it's going to be Captain America, Guy Allward.
Jason Ryan Jr. out of Oakley, California in the 52 car, bringing up the rear of the field for our 3rd and final IMCA Northern Sports Modified heat race. Cross to the mount. Coming up next, let's see, we got wingless sprint cars will be next. So our pole sitter, Dylan Conley,
gonna
fall into the back.
Yeah.
So that's going to move the 27S of Dwayne Short up to the point out of Merced, California.
It's good to see the rookies do that, you
Yes.
know, fall to the back of the field.
I wasn't that smart. My very first race driving a DIRT modified in Watertown, New York, I drew the pole. Okay, I'm 20 years old. I'm young and dumb. I just went with it. Thankfully, I didn't wreck anybody. Green flag in the air.
Yeah, green flag down the air. Wow! And it looks like the
Dwayne Short's
27
got
machine
problems.
did not fire off. And I don't know if that's going to bring out a yellow flag.
See if he can get off the racing surface or get that thing going. That thing just suddenly would not go. Coming up off turn number 4. At the line, it's a 325 on the point. That's Tyler Brown out of Oakley, California. He's getting pressure from Guy Allworth. Allworth, 2019 IMCA Sport Modified State Champion. Yeah, something's wrong with that 27S for sure. Tyler Brown at the line, 2 down, 6 to go.
It looks like Tyler Brown is holding off the 10 for the most part.
That's saying something right there.
That is.
Coming up off turn number 4 at the line. Looks to be a 17:31 on the stopwatch, 77.990 miles an hour.
And now he's starting to pull a little bit from the 10 machine down the back straightaway as they go into 3, coming out of 4. Still your leader, the best battle on the racetrack right now between the 325 and the 10 machine.
Losing a little bit of ground is Allworth now. He's got back about 3.5, 4 car lengths.
4 in, 4 to go. They're going to be coming to 3 to go. As Dylan Conley's going to see the hold your line flag. Oh, and
he does, but Tyler Brown went down to where his line was, and Guy Allworth not able to take advantage of that.
Oh, Allworth not able to capitalize, and Allworth almost spins. It looks like he almost went into the wall.
That one was not. I know the 6 car is a lot slower, but he was holding his line.
Yeah.
So.
Wow, and that allows that allows Tyler Brown to gain a lot of car lengths over the number 10 machine.
White flag in the air. At the line. He's picked it up, 1685 on the stopwatch, 80.119 miles an hour. He's got about 5 car lengths right now going off turn number 2 down the back stretch over Guy Allworth. But you want to know what? Watch for him in the main events. That 10 car will be there.
So the checker flag is going to be the 325. Tyler Brown picking up the heat race win over Guy Allworth. Second is going to go to the 52 machine of Jason Ryan Jr. And the 4th is going to go to Dylan Conley.
Last lap is 1668 on the stopwatch, 80.935 miles an hour.
You can never count a racer out, you know? Anything can happen.
We are going sprint car racing next. All right, so we are going sprint car racing, and get over to that page. Heat race number 1. Looks like this, the 32 car of Jimmy Christian out of Morgan Hill, California on the point. Boy Munez on Ahwahnee, Hawaii. And the 22 car is second.
And in your second row is going to be the 13W out of Valley Springs, California. That is going to be Jacob Williams. And to his outside in the 11 out of Discovery Bay, California, that is going to be Cameron Martin.
At the back of the pack, the car of Sean Jones out of San Jose, California, in the 14 car doing double duty tonight. Won his heat race in the Dorf car. And to his outside, Steve Miyake out of Sonora in the 27 car. Rolling out heat race number 1 onto the straightaway. Heat race number 2 is going to go to the infield to help speed up things. Intermission coming up after these 3 heat races for the wingless sprint cars. Wingless sprint cars put on some great shows last year. Looking forward to some more great shows here this year. Getting the four-wheelers off the racetrack, back to the pits, and then we will start pushing off race cars. Jimmy Christian here last year in the 1C. Here in his 32 car, he's got a couple different ones. Getting ready to push them off. We do have someone in the infield we got to get off the racetrack first. If you haven't, if you're one of the race teams or know one of them, of the drivers, please go over to My Race Pass and claim your profile. Fill us in on hometown racing history, sponsors,
Achievements.
the whole thing,
Yeah.
and, so we can use that stuff. Just help the show along.
Man, just looking, everybody's bundled up out there. Besides me and you.
I keep thinking about getting another coat on. I lost 50 pounds, and I'm cold this year.
I'm cold this year. Winters are not your Achilles.
No, you wouldn't know I moved or came here from the northeast of the United States.
Oh, you would think that you're used to our.
You would think. My wife is from Harbin, China, which is sub-Siberia. And
Next to the equator, I'm guessing, right?
No, that's up or where in the wintertime it gets to be maybe single digits.
Really?
It is cold. Sub-Siberia,
Wow.
up by Russia. And she's at home cold, bundled up like a polar bear. So looking at just going in there, if you claim your thing, you get to put your biography in, career highlights, your crew, your sponsors, your hobbies. Your results will be showing up here for your points. A lot of notes things, so it's a very cool thing to have. This is the wave of the future, doing all this computer stuff. So I'm gonna go on over to My Race Pass and claim your profile on myracepass.com or on the app and fill it out for us. Race cars getting pushed off. Again, Jimmy Christian on the point. Boy Muniz outside the front row. Jacob Williams and Cameron Martin, row 2. Row 3, Sean Jones and Steve Bianchi. Your starting lineup. All cars making the main event. 16 entries for the wingless sprint cars here tonight. So I gotta remember the 0X is actually the 11 car of Cameron Martin out of Discovery Bay. Well, I'll say thanks to the DNF crew, helps clean up the wrecks, but the Jeeps you see out there, the push trucks, volunteer their time to come and do this for us each week. Got all the cars rolling. We'll get them lined up.
The thing keeps coming up, it's battery low, change it back up or another battery. I'm not sure on what. Does not look like the camera.
Got some technical difficulties in our system here, working on the battery situation.
All right, lights out. They're getting set to go green. Remember, the sprint cars are the only class that is doing the single file restarts, since they are the open wheel race cars. As they get set, green flag is out. Christian jumps out to the early lead. Oh, as Sean Jones is looking in the inside of Moniz. Sean Jones, at 3 wide, coming out of 4. Still, it's Jimmy Christian leading the charge over Boy Moniz. Boy Moniz is on that rear bumper, though, of your leader. Sean Jones looking to try to get past both of them. He's upstairs, looking to try to diamond the corner. 1, 2, and 3 are running under a blanket right now. Oh, and Sean Jones slides up the racetrack ever so slightly. Christian still holding on to the lead. Boy Moniz is trying to figure out a way or find a... Oh! Moniz almost slips up, and that allows Sean Jones to inch closer. Sean Jones to the inside. He's going to try to make some magic happen. Down the back straightaway, they drag. It's still Moniz still holding on for that second place position over Sean Jones. As now Jimmy Christian encountering lap traffic as they get around the 27 machine. White flag is out for Jimmy Christian. One more time around the circuit. Does Boy Moniz have anything for him? Or Sean Jones can make an incredible move to get to the front. I don't think it's going to happen as he goes into 3. He comes out of 4, checker flag. Jimmy Christian is going to win heat race number 1. Second is going to go to Boy Moniz. Third is going to go to Sean Jones. Fourth in that 11 machine of Cameron Martin. And rounding out your top 5 is going to go to the 27 machine of Steve Miocci.
13.93, that last lap, 96.913 mile an hour lap. These cars are flying right now. Heat race number 2 getting ready to roll off. Brandon Moniz, the 22 JR, is scheduled to start on the point to the outside. Bob Newberry out of Brentwood, California.
And in your second row in the 28 machine out of Manteca, California, that is going to be Marcus Smith. And to his outside in the 1S machine out of Wahine, Hawaii, that is going to be Sheldon. Yes, Sheldon Moines.
I want to be in Wahine, Hawaii right now. It's cold. Jeff Scotto out of Brentwood, California, 92A in the third and final row by himself. All right, I'm complaining. I'm sorry. It is actually a beautiful night of racing for March.
It is. It is. This is always the start of the season, a little chilly, a little moist.
Not as bad as those New Year's races.
Usually to be honest with you, season openers, I remember always used to get rained out. Always.
And there was a threat of it.
Yes, there is. Yes, or was.
And
was,
thankfully,
yes.
Yeah, now it's going to be tomorrow.
It's tomorrow, yeah. I believe a 90% chance of rain tomorrow, so. So it looks like wash day is going to have to go to Monday then.
I was going to work on a race car tomorrow. I got to pull a transmission out of my mini stock. Folks, if you're looking to get into racing, mini stock's a great place to start if you've never done it. Get yourself a mini stock. What do? Buy a 4-cylinder engine. Okay, a little more than that. 4-cylinder car. Got to be older than 2002 or something like that. Look at the rolls. Gut it, put a roll cage in, and let's go racing. Take the glass out. Have some fun. Working on getting these cars rolled off and get them lined up. Braden Moniz. Did I say Brandon?
No, I think I may have said Brandon.
Braden? I was more looking at the Wahine, Hawaii. All right, lights out, going green flag racing this time by. Look how far down away from the wall they are.
Oh, yeah. You can see
it. Slow.
The brown cushion building up on the racetrack. Green flag
in the air. Bob Newberry on the point. Brand new race car for Bob down to turn number 1. He gets sideways. Oh! Almost got hit by Moniz. Able to reel it in, but he falls from 1st to 5th, just like that.
And that is Braden Moniz leading the charge. Oh, and he slides up the racetrack a little bit and gathers it back together. Oh, and he's just bicycling that car almost up on his rear 2 wheels. That's a 28 machine of Marcus Smith running in second right behind him.
Newberry has more trouble coming up off turn number 2.
And that is the 1S, I believe, of Sheldon Moines running in that 3rd place position. Oh, and it looks like Marcus Smith is trying to make a move on Braden.
Marcus doesn't make every race, but whenever he comes out, he is one of the guys you want to watch out for. He's won a lot of races here.
Yeah. Oh!
Looks to the inside, battle for the lead off turn number 2. Put Marcus Smith on the point.
Marcus Smith gets the lead over a slip up by Braden, and he is your new leader coming across the line. 3 laps to go as he rips it down the back straightaway. He pulls a gap on Braden, and he's going to come.
2 to go.
2 to go for Marcus Smith in the 28 machine. And man, he's gotten that lead, and he's starting to try to check out from the 22 JR machine. White flag out for Smith. Marcus Smith. Second is Braden Moines. Third is going to go to the 1S of Sheldon Moines. And as you see, coming out of 4, checker flag is going to come out for Marcus Smith. Second is going to go to the 22 JR of Braden Moines. Third to the 1ST of Sheldon Moines. 36 of Bob Newberry. Fourth in the 92 of Jeff Scott, rounding out your top 5.
Last lap of 14:44 on the stopwatch, 93.490 miles an hour.
And as we get set for our final heat race of the night here for our season opener here, as heat race number 3.
Tony Bernard out of Santa Rosa, California in the 50 car. On the point, Ryan Silverling out of Concord, California in the 77S to his outside.
And in your second row in the 71 out of San Jose, California, that is going to be James East. And to his outside in the 21 machine out of Antioch, California, that is going to be Roy Fisher.
Dylan Newberry in the 63 car out of Brentwood, California in the 5th and final starting spot back there in the 3rd row. Getting these cars pushed out. The 4-wheelers will bring them out to the front straightaway, and then the push trucks will push them off from there. Uh-oh. Hearing the 63 is not showing up over the staging over there of Dylan Newberry. He ran well on his hot laps.
Yes, it looks like possibly Dylan Newberry may not be making the call here for his heat race.
Can't wait to get this transponder system fully up and running. I'm kind of playing with it tonight just to see how things are working. Very cool stuff. Up there in 3 and 4 and able to somehow keep the lead going down the front straightaway.
Yes, the best battle on the racetrack. Oh, it looks like Silverling just sliding across the racetrack, not getting any grip on those front tires.
That center of that turn for that race car, not happy right now.
Down the back straightaway once again. Oh, now he kind of catches it a little bit. They both slip up a little bit. It allows Tony Bernard to inch closer to the front 2. Now Silverling's kind of pulling a little gap on Roy Fisher down the back straightaway. Once again, he slides in. He gets a nice clean run off of 4. Your leader in the 77.
4 down, 4 to go. Roy Fisher in the 2nd spot. 3rd is Tony Bernard, 5th. Going up over the tires down there at turn number 2. That is going to be the James East car.
Still leading the charge. Now it looks like Bernard's going to have pressure, or I'm sorry, pressuring the 21 of Roy Fisher as they go down the back straight when they go into 3 and coming out of 4. White flag's going to be next time by. Your best bet on track right now is for second. Can Roy Fisher hold on to that second place position? The 77 is going to be seeing the white flag wave out in the air.
Battle for second up on turn number 4 down the front straightaway into turn 1. Fisher holding off Tony Bernard. Bernard looks high this time. Diamond's a corner. Squares it off over there in the center of the turn, but not able to make a move on Fisher, as Fisher had a great run up off turn number 4, silverling with the win.
And Roy Fisher's going to hold off for that second place position. Tony Bernard third. And fourth is going to go to the 71 of James East. And it's official. That is going to wrap up the heat races for tonight. As next we're going to go into intermission before our Hobby Stocks B main.
With that, don't go away. We got more coming up. B-Main up next for the Hobby Stocks.
Yes.
Before we get into our main events. That's right. Hobby Stock B-Main coming up next after about a 10-minute intermission. Thanks for watching Antioch Speedway TV. I'm Wiley Wade.
And I'm Joe Peterson.
Thanks for joining us and this beautiful Saturday night of racing here from Antioch Speedway. We'll be back.
Yeah, that light just didn't go dim enough.
I feel like when it's dark, we just see the racing a little bit better.
Welcome back, race fans. Live and direct from Antioch Speedway on Antioch Speedway TV. We're getting set for B-Main racing for the hobby stocks. But first, ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Gentlemen, take off your hats. If you're a member of the military or former member of the military, thank you for your service to your country. If you're a first responder, thank you for your service to your community. It is time for today's rendition of the Star Spangled Banner. Let's go back racing. It is that time, ladies and gentlemen, B-Mains coming up.
Yes, it is. B-Mains for our hobby stock division. 14 laps, top 9 will transfer to the A feature tonight.
Gene Haney on the point out of Oakley, California, in a 45 car to his outside. Rocky Adam Kajala out of Antioch, California.
And in your second row is going to be the 47 out of Brentwood, California. That is going to be Gavin Griffith. And to his outside is going to be the 71A out of Oakley, California. That is going to be Michaela Taylor.
Misty Wellborn making about her 4th start in a hobby stock out of Castro Valley in the 75 car. Will start in the 5th starting spot. 6th will be the 13 car of Maddie Motts out of San Pablo, California.
And in your 4th row, the 29J out of Brentwood, California. That is going to be Jake Betancourt. And to his outside is going to be the 02 machine out of Fairfield, California. That is going to be Albert Ballinger.
In the 5th row on the inside, it is the Mad Max of Steve Torres in the 32 car. To his outside, Colton Haney in the 46 car out of Brentwood, California.
And in your 6th row is going to be the 89 out of Antioch, California. That is going to be Brian Lloyd. And to his outside in the 24 machine out of Antioch, California, that is going to be Devin Vaughn.
The 24X on the inside of row 7 out of Dublin, California of Tom Leopold. And then Roger Sossaman out of Antioch, California in the 05. Bringing up the rear of the field. That's your starting lineup for tonight's B main. Again, as Joe said, top 9 transfer to the A main. Everyone else
5 cars will be going home, yes.
Yeah. It will be 14 laps for the B main. Got the cars warming up back there in the staging area. All right, let's see.
Are we doing B mains too?
I don't know. You want to?
Are we? I mean, it's like
we haven't, but
it could be the bonus.
The bonus, the tiebreaker.
The tiebreaker, yeah, because you could possibly win by a B main. You know, like.
Wow, this is a.
But then you would have to include possibly.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Boy,
or we should have a certain amount of B mains throughout the season.
Yeah, some. We don't have even number. We can't do it tonight because that'd give us an even number.
You're right.
So we'll leave that as a tiebreaker when we have.
Okay. Yeah. So tonight we're just A features.
A features.
A features.
And I get to go first because you said you won last year.
We have to have something written down like where.
I'll make a little spreadsheet here.
Yeah, we have to.
I'll put a little column in here. There you go.
All right.
We're just having fun and We got to figure out to get the Facebook page up, get people on Facebook to say who they think is going to win each one.
And it looks like, oh, we're going to have Jeff Scotto machine roll out into the racetrack.
Just going to push him through. Is what's going on there. On and off real quick. So Gene Haney on the point, man. He's going to be, he could take home this win.
Yeah, there's a few hitters in this B main that I kind of thought would have made a straight direct transfer into the A, but misfortunes happened, so they are in a B main tonight, but hopefully they can battle out of it tonight.
Some of the folks at towards the back that you might want to watch out for, Colton Haney, I think, would be one of them.
Yes.
Jake Betancourt.
Adam Kajala.
Adam Kajala up there on the front row.
Yeah.
He might make it down to turn number 1 first.
And as we get set, speaking about the hobby stocks, they're going to roll onto the racetrack.
Hey, I want to say thanks to Nighthawk Security.
Nighthawk Security.
Throwing us some pizza.
Yeah.
On intermission.
Something in my belly. I was kind of hungry, actually, so.
Thank you very much, Nighthawk Security. The security out here at Antioch Speedway. If you need security, give them a call, Nighthawk Security. That pizza was good. All right, Gene Haney on the point there. Teammates, Gavin Griffiths right behind him in that 47 car. They were going to have 4 of the blue and white cars, but unfortunately, due to some health issues on the person that was going to join in, that's going to have to be pushed off till next year. But look for 4 of those blue and white cars come 2022. With that, the magic green flag going in the air. We're going racing next time by. Fabulous Bob up on the flag stand. The dancing flag man. We'll get him dancing at some point this year. We didn't do it enough last year.
I think we only did it once at the end of the season.
Yeah, it's kind of hard. It's not the same when you don't have the fans. So when the fans get back in,
they got to rally them up and get them all into it, and
he needs a little encouragement on it too. So.
Yeah. And we spoke about this earlier. Will be my first time with the fans. Yeah, so hopefully you guys don't throw too many eggshells at me. So
just don't miss.
Oh, as we get set, they bring them down slow. Gene Haney down the back straightaway. Lights are out as we get set. Hobby stock B main.
It's kind of interesting to watch how different drivers do different, bring them around when they have control of the field.
Yeah.
Gene is one that's bringing them around nice and slow. Coming around, green flag coming out as they hit that orange cone right there in turn number 4. Green flag in the air. Gene Haney gets a good run off turn 4 down the front straightaway into turn 1. Rocky, though, look at him flying into turn number 1 on the high side. He made up a lot of ground side by side off turn number 2 down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Battle for the lead. Rocky Kajala on the outside. Gene Haney on the inside up off turn number 4. Lap 1 in the books, and it's led by.
Oh wow!
I'm going to say Kajala.
It was close across the line. I'm going to say that was going to go to Gene Haney. Now, Adam Rocky Kajala is going to take the lead down the back straightaway over the 45 machine. And I believe we have 3 team cars in this B main event with Gene Haney, the 47 of Gavin Griffith, and also the 46 machine of Colton Haney.
Battle for the lead off turn number 2 down the back straightaway. Gene Haney on the inside. Kajala has this slight advantage into turn number 3, up by about half a car. As they come up off turn number 4, now he clears Gene. Will he cut down low or stay on that line he's been running? Here comes that 75 of Misty Wellborn. Look at her running. Gets into the door with Gavin Griffiths. They touch coming up off turn number 2 as the battle for 3rd continues back there. But right now, Rocky Kajala is our leader with 4 down, 10 to go.
Yeah, as you said, Misty Wellborn, and she wants to get in the mix with these 2 team cars. But like I said, the top 9, you want to stay focused on the 46 machine as he is running in that final transfer position.
Right now, the only car not to make it
would be
going to be the Albert Bellinger.
Yeah.
Huh?
Still holding on to
right.
Sizable lead is the 16 machine, of Kajala, and the 2 team cars, the 45 and the 47 of Griffiths and Haney sitting in 2nd and 3rd, with Misty Wellborn 4th, as she is under attack by
Maddie Motts.
Yes, by Maddie Motts.
So what do you do here? I mean, if you know you're well within the top 9, how hard do you push it?
I mean, you got every spot counts if you think about it.
It helps you in your
Yes,
your
it
main
does.
event, your
Yeah.
starting spot.
Yeah.
You also don't want to break.
True. As Kajala is going to get around the O2 Ballinger machine as he puts down lap traffic. Still holding on to second is going to be Dean Haney over Gavin Griffiths. And still with that aggressive battle between the two ladies, Misty Wellborn in the 75 and Maddie Motts in the 13, as Misty had a little smoke coming out of her car as she went into 3.
6 is going to be the 29 of Jake Betancourt. 7th will be 71A, Michaela Taylor. 8th will be the 89 car, Ryan Lloyd, and 9th place car just pulled off the racetrack. He slid sideways, Colton Haney, but he keeps that 9th spot.
And now as we see Jake Betancourt trying to get by the 75 of Misty Wellborn, and he's going to do so as he moves his way up the field, and that's going to put him in the 4th position.
Right now, I just did a countdown. There's only 9 cars out there, 1 to go, or
So it looks like
2 to go.
Yeah,
so everyone
all the
will make
cars
it that's
will
left on the
transfer,
track.
yes. Across the line. Oh man, it's a mix-up here on the racetrack right now as Adam Kajala is going to see the white flag for the 16 machine. Still, the 2 teammates battling for the 2nd place position, and now Jake Betancourt is running in that 4th position over Misty Wellborn. As we said, 9 cars on the racetrack, 9 cars will transfer into the feature as coming around turn 4. Rocky Adam Kajala is going to see the checker flag, and he's going to win the B feature here for the Hobby Stocks. 2nd is going to go to Dean Haney over Gavin Griffiths, and the 29 machine of Jake Betancourt 4th, and the 75 machine of Misty Wellborn is going to round out your top 5 here for this Hobby Stock B main event.
Say, nice job by Misty in only her 4th race. Who am I missing? Albert Ballinger. Main event set for the Hobby Stocks now. We're going to have one car doing some hot laps here real quick. It is the Squirrel, Reach Rowan, in a 97 IMCA Sport Modified. Going to take a few laps. Dwarf car main event coming up first. For the main events, Bree getting some seat time. All right, with that, Jack Haverty starting on the point for our main event for the Delta Dwarf cars in 85 Double D out of Parts Unknown. Tom Van Tile out of Forest Hill, California in the 111, starting outside row number 1.
And in your 2nd row in the 4N out of Galt, California is going to be Ryan Winters. And to his outside in the 40 Double D out of Pleasanton, California is going to be Kevin Moralio.
Spanky Mike Grennert in the 12N out of Fairfield, California, starting 5th. 6th, Sean Jones in the 80N out of San Jose, California.
And in your 4th row in the 18 Double D out of Dublin, California, that is going to be Devin Kammerman. And to his outside in the 43 Double D out of Brentwood, California, that is going to be Sean Catucci.
Dennis Gilcrease out of California, the 36 Double D. Starting inside row 5 to his outside, the 00 Double D of Mike Casaro out of Tracy, California.
And in your 6th row is going to be the 21 Double D out of Belico, California. That is going to be Scott Dahlgreen. And to his outside is going to be the 31 Double D out of Bay Point, California, Ellie Russo.
Row 7 looks like this. The 88 Double D of Travis Day on the inside out of Concord, California. And David Michael Rosa in the 2 Double D out of Antioch, California. Starting on the outside of row 7.
And in your 8th row is going to be the 38 Double D out of Vacaville, California. That is going to be John Tardif. And to his outside is going to be the 812 Double D out of Antioch, California. That's going to be Chance Russell.
Chuck Conover starts inside row number 9 in that 52 Double D. He's out of Pittsburgh, California. And to his outside, the 20N. That's Joe LeDuc out of Tracy, California.
And in your 10th and final row in the 2 machine out of Atwater, California, that is going to be Lonnie T-Cat. And to his outside in the 68 machine out of Antioch, California, that is going to be Dynamite David Rosa.
That's your starting lineup for tonight's main event for the Delta Dwarf cars.
20 cars, 20 laps as we get set. Delta Dwarf car main event.
They got a 3-day show coming up in the summer for the national event. They got a 2-day show coming up in October for the Dwarf Car Mania, along with regular season races. These cars put on they're the smallest car, but they are one of the fastest cars out here.
Yes, yeah.
You know, you got the, depends on the day. Some days they're faster than the modified, some days they're not. The sprint cars are always faster than them. So they're typically 3rd or 4th fastest out of all the divisions we've run.
Craziest thing is when somebody had told me that, I didn't believe it. And then I was like, man, like, oh, and it looks like Sean Catucci flies into the infield for something.
Tucci rolls back off. Give a shout out to J&S Auto Glass Incorporated. Company he has for auto glass. 1 to go signal at the starter stand. Jack Haverty in one of those familiar yellow Wagner Racing associated cars.
Yeah, I see 1, 2, 3, 4 possible team cars out here.
5. 4, 5.
Or actually, no.
No, that last one's not.
Yeah. That's Travis Day.
Yep.
So as we get set for our 2021 season opener first main event for the Delta Dwarf cars here at Antioch Speedway, as they get set, 20 cars, 20 laps. Green flag is out. Jack Haverty going into turn 1. He's going to be your leader. Here come Ryan Winters as he's going to take over that 2nd place position over the 111. Oh, we get mixed up. Guys sliding up the racetrack. Haverty across the line. He's your leader. Lap number 1.
Here in Kemper. Oh, one car gets into the wall. Mike Casaro. He got together with another car. That shot him up the racetrack into the turn 1 wall. Broken right front suspension on that race car.
Looked like possibly I seen a wheel may have came off.
Yep, his right front's laying there flat on the ground. I'm watching the replay right now. Coming up off turn number 4 down the front stretch and see if they got it. He got together with possibly Devin Cameraman. It's one of the Wagner cars, one of the yellow cars back there. But broken right front on that car.
Rich, I concur. Racing incident.
Tow truck up there getting that thing on the hook. Not the way Mike Casaro wanted to start off the year. Glad to see him back out here this year. Make sure the lineup set, one down, 19 to go.
Our picks.
Ryan Winters.
Ryan Winters, okay. Oh, man.
That's tough
Sean
to go
Jones.
against Sean Jones, but
Yeah.
I'm going to say Ryan Winters.
Sean Jones.
Ryan beat Sean last time.
We gotta write this down somewhere.
All right, so wait, no, here, I'll put it right here on this. Go up here.
Does placement and where you finish, does that count, or is it
Yeah,
just,
I think
okay?
Let's say 3 points for the win.
2 for
and
second.
1 point. 3 points if you get your pick wins. 1 point if your pick doesn't win but finishes ahead of the other guy's
Oh,
pick.
there. Yeah. Okay.
3 and 1. How's that sound? So I need to.
All right. As a 00 machine of Mike Casaro gets towed off the racetrack. We're going to double the field up. And it looks...
All right. It's on there. I got a special spreadsheet for it. Lights out, going green flag racing. Next time by, we got Jack Haverty on the point. Ryan Winters second, third, Kevin Braulio fourth. Spanky Mike Grenard in fifth is Sean Jones.
Alrighty, as we get set, try this again as they come out of the turn 4. Green flags out. Oh, and Ryan Winters almost nudges the wall as he's trying to get by. Oh, we have a
4 cars around.
And it looks like that is the 111 Van Toff.
Van Tile involved, Dave Rosa involved.
The 38, I
John
believe.
Tardif involved.
Yes.
1 car left the racetrack. I didn't catch the number on that. Did not see what happened down there. One driver out of his race car. Looks like
That's
Dynamite Dave.
Yes.
He's easy to see, even if you can't see the number. He's one of the few guys that still has that body style. Most everybody, if you notice out there, has gone to this delivery truck style, as opposed to the old, what does he have? 32 Ford sedan style. 52N was 34 Ford Victory. 34 Ford Vic. That's a body style I had when I had one of these cars. Nope,
And it looks like the
Tardif's got a broken right front.
I was just going to say that.
Sounded like, from what Bob's saying over the radio, the 38 broke, and when he slowed up, everyone else got involved, is what happened. What I just heard over the radio is right. Well, I thought something we need. You watched the Chili Bowl, right?
Yeah.
Put those little on the back of the ATVs or UTVs, put the little hook on there.
Oh, yeah.
That's how they kept towing those off.
Yeah.
And these cars would work with that.
Yeah, those cars are so little and so light. You didn't have to have something that magnitude of a size to tow those things off the racetrack.
Thanks for tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV. I am Wiley Wade.
I am Joe Peterson.
We are your hosts, live and direct from Antioch, California at the 3/8 mile semi-high banked oval here at the Comstock County Fairgrounds. First night of regular season for the 2021 season. And if you're just tuning in or you tuned in late or missed what we said earlier, folks, we get to have fans in the stands, and we're going to do it starting April 3rd. So in 3 weeks, we will have fans in the stands. I can't wait to have you back here.
Yeah,
That
we're
is
going to
gonna
be
be
excited. We know you're going to be excited. You guys have been waiting. You guys have been asking. So
It was
kind of
not-
promised you some dates, and then they got canceled. And we had a big announcement for you guys, and then that ended up getting messed up. So
It was nice at the drivers' meeting. I don't know if you're at the drivers' meeting, but they announced the fans in the stands, and everybody went crazy.
yeah,
That was nice. All right, getting the lineup set. Jack Haverty is on the point. Ryan Winter in the second. Kevin Braulio third. Mike Grenard fourth. Fifth is Sean Jones. Sixth is the 36 Double D of Dennis Gilcrease. Seventh looks to be, is that Scott, the 21? Nope, that's Ellie Russo, the 31. Eighth is the 88 Double D of Travis Day. Ninth is David Michael Rosa. 10th, the 812 of Chance Russell. 11th is Scott Dahlgreen. 12th, the 52N of Chuck Conover. 13th is Lonnie T-Cat, I believe. 14th is the 20N of Joe LeDuc. And at the back of the pack, the 43 car of Sean the Kid Catucci out of Brentwood, California. It's your running order. 1 lap down, 19 to go. 20-lap main event for the Delta Dwarf cars. Got the accident scene cleaned up down there, getting them crossed up on the back straightaway. Go back to green flag racing. Tom Van Tuyl pulled away from the accident scene, but his car is sitting in the infield. Fabulous Bob giving them the 1 to go signal.
we get set.
I had the first lap at 16:03 on the stopwatch, 84.217 miles an hour.
Yeah, they are moving. And as we see my pick, Sean Jones sitting right behind Ryan Winters, Wiley's pick. Still 19 laps to go as they get set. Lights are out. They come around for green flag once again out in the air for Haverty. And this time he's going to drag down the back straightaway with Ryan Winters. As they go into 3, ever so slightly, it looks like Winters going to have the edge, and he is going to be your leader across the line. Here comes Sean Jones sliding in to turn 1. He's setting his sights on Ryan Winters down the back straightaway, and Haverty is going to lose multiple positions.
That car pushed up really hard in turns 1 and 2.
Yeah,
They
it
have a
did.
battle at the front between Ryan Winter and Sean Jones. Down into turn number 1. Nose to tail. Jones goes down low. Winter has a better run up off turn number 2 down the back straightaway. Three car lengths separate the 2. Going into turn number 3. Here they come up off turn number 4. Winter at the line with 3 down, 17 to go. These cars are running fast.
And that is your best battle on the racetrack as of right now between Winters and Jones, the fastest cars on the racetrack. As they run 1 and 2. Here comes Sean Catucci trying to make his way through the field as he started in the back of the pack. And we have 1 car off the pace. That is Joe LeDuc in the 20 machine. And still going at it, going strong. The yellow flag is out. Yellow flag is out. I think that might be for the 20 Joe LeDuc machine. I don't think he was cleared off the racetrack completely as they threw out the yellow.
He didn't turn in quite soon enough. Bob had to throw the yellow as he
didn't.
about came to a stop on the back straightaway.
But man, we had us a battle on our hands with the 4N and the 80 machine between Ryan Winters and Sean Jones. And you can't forget about Spanky Mike Grunard in the 12N machine as we seen him come from the tail of his heat race to winning it. And now he is sitting in that third position with the yellow flag, and he could possibly make some moves and interrupt this little battle between the 4 and the 80.
These two cars, these two drivers really know how to put on a great show. I know Danny Wagner, as great as he is as a driver of dwarf cars, he says he learned everything he knows from Sean Jones.
Yeah, and like you said earlier, also with Sean Jones being a multiple driver in a dwarf car, as well as we will see him in his A feature in the wingless sprint division as well. So a multi-diverse driver right there.
Texas style restart. We haven't talked about that tonight. So what that means is the leader gets a row to himself, that first row. Second place gets to choose the high side or low side in row number 2. Then everyone else falls in line accordingly. Jones takes the high side. Ryan Winter, he has to choose where he wants to start. He's on a row to himself, but he's got a block too. Michael Grennerton, Spanky gets underneath. Good run underneath on Jones coming up off 4, but Jones shuts the door coming up through turns 1 and 2. Down into turn number 3 they go. Ryan Winter on the high side. Jones on the low side. Side by side off turn number 4 at the line. Give it to Ryan Winter, but Jones isn't giving up. Here comes Jones. Crosses back over, does Winter. Side by side off turn number 2 down the back stretch.
Jones now is your leader over Ryan Winters as he pulled a slider on him going in 1 and 2. And like I said, you cannot forget about Spanky, Mike Runner, because he is now
sitting backwards. Yellow flag is out. Car sitting backwards at turn number 4. Sorry about that, Joe. As those cars are coming around, and they really have to get under brakes, as that is one of the, I think that's Ellie.
Yeah.
It's Russell
31.
I'm hearing over the radio. The 812 spun out.
Okay.
Ellie Russo.
Wow.
Ellie taking home a national event win down in Arizona.
Yeah, down in Kokopall, yes.
For her first main event win. Not a bad way to start your career.
Not
winning,
at all.
huh?
Not at all.
Last lap of 15:53 on the stopwatch, 86.929 miles an hour. So if you're watching on My Race Pass, there are some of the cars out there that do have their transponders on, not all of them. So right now, Joe LeDuc. Most position gain. Sean Jones, best lap of 15.234. Second lap on lap number 6. Ryan Winters had the second fastest at a 15.251. Some of the information you can get off My Race Pass if you're looking at the live timing and scoring. So lights out, going green flag racing. This battle is going to continue. This time Sean Jones on the point, and Ryan Winter takes the high side, puts Spanky down on the low side of row number 2. Row 3 is Dennis Gilcrease, and outside of him is Kevin Moralio. Green flag back in the air. 13 laps remaining in this 20-lap main event. Down the front straightaway. Here comes Grenner. He tries to get around Ryan Winters and does so. Put Ryan Winter back to third. Spanky up to second. He looks to the low side of Sean Jones coming up off turn number 4 at the line. 12 to go.
And like I said earlier, Spanky could interrupt this, and he could possibly pick up this win. And now we see him and Winters drag down the back straightaway. Oh, as Winters throws it in deep. Wow, and he's going to make the move, and they're going to drag down the front straightaway.
Spanky crosses over and takes it back going into turn number 1.
Yes, they're countering attacks through each of the turns, and that's just allowing Sean Jones to run away from them.
Back and forth those two cars go. Once again, Spanky down on the inside. This time he can't make the pass going into turn number 1. Put Ryan Winter firmly into second place down the backstretch into turn number 3.
Yes, Sean Jones still holding on to that lead. Ryan Winters over Mike Runner. Is your best battle on the racetrack around right now. 9 laps to go.
Sean Jones, your leader. Ryan Winter Winters second, Michael Grennert in the third spot. Kevin Moralio fourth, fifth, Dennis Gilchrist sixth is going to be David Michael Rosa. Seventh is Jack Haverty. Eighth is Scott Dahlgreen. Ninth is Travis Day. 10th, Ellie Russo. I'm sorry, that was Ellie Russo up there at sixth. With the, she's got something hanging on the, well, that's Devin Cameron, I'm sorry. He's got sheet metal or something hanging off that driver's side of the race car.
Yeah, you can notice it the inside of the door. I believe that is the 18 machine of Devin
Cameron in that 18 double D. Last time out, he wasn't actually able to drive. He broke a wrist in a racing accident. So good to have him back behind the wheel of this race car. Sean Jones, though, he's checking out. Coming up off turn number 4. 5 laps remain in this 20-lap main event. He has got about a 2.5-second lead over second place Ryan Winters.
And yeah, he's starting to pull away now from Ryan Winters as he's going to encounter lap traffic. I think before this is over, this could possibly make it interesting towards the end. Now 3 laps to go, showing for the 80 machine.
Getting into slower traffic now. Not slow traffic, just slower traffic. Lonnie T-Cat.
Oh, and he almost gets tangled with the two of Take-It.
2 to go. Sean Jones.
Sean Jones coming out of 4. He's going to see the white flag's going to come out for Sean Jones. Ryan Winters still holding on strong for that second place position. We got coming across the line. Checker flag's going to go to Sean Jones. Third is going to go to Ryan Winters. I'm sorry, second is going to go to Ryan Winters. Third is going to go to Spanky Mike Grennert. Fourth is going to go to the 40 of Kevin Moralio. And
David Michael
fifth
Rosa
is going to go to David Michael Rosa.
Last lap, 16:32.82.721 is what I had. All right, heading down for victory lane.
And picking up your Dwarf Car main event win is going to be the 80N out of San Jose, California. That is going to be Sean Jones.
Down in victory lane, Sean Jones, our winner for the Delta Dwarf Car main event. Sean, you didn't start up front, but once you got there, you checked out. Congratulations.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how good of a pace I was setting out there, but I just tried to search around and kind of find a different line. Everything was pretty quick, and you know, I'm trying to get ready for the sprint car feature, so I have to search around and try to figure out where I'm going to go in that one.
How much did you learn running this race to transfer to your sprint car race coming up?
It's mostly just track. All I learned is like how the track is, where the grip is, if it's getting slick, get it in. And right now it's getting pretty racy, so I think with all these other mains coming out, it should widen out even more. And I think like the last 15 laps of the sprint car race is going to be really cool.
You had to get around Ryan Winters for the lead there. You guys always put on a great show when you're battling each other.
Yeah, he was always fun to race. He's my brother-in-law, and we race each other really hard, and then we get off the track and we just celebrate together. So on the track we're the worst of friends, and off the track we're the best of friends. So it's pretty fun.
All right, who helps you get on the racetrack each week?
Ryan Diotti at DRI, and my mom, Zanati Racing, and that's pretty much it. Work hard.
Sean Jones, congratulations. Good luck in the main event for the wingless sprint car.
Thank you.
See if you can do double duty again.
With that, getting set for Hobby Stock main event coming up next.
What we got back there, Bob? Hobby Stock?
As we get set for our Hobby Stock main event feature, starting on row number 1 in the 78 machine, that is going to be Kenneth Robles, and to his outside is going to be the 24M of Larry McKenzie Jr. And in your second row is going to be the 70S of Jeff Betancourt, and to his outside is going to be the 18T of James Thompson. In your third row, starting inside, is going to be the 8 of George Silva. And to his outside is going to be the 225 of Aiden Ponciano. In your fourth row, starting inside, is going to be the number 14 of Logan Fernandez. And to his outside is going to be the 54 of Anthony Vina. Starting in your fifth row inside is going to be the 81 of Ricky Lloyd. And to his outside is going to be the 44G of James Graisley. Starting in your sixth row inside is going to be the 555 of Anthony Double D. And to his outside is going to be the 47X of Angela Brown. In your seventh row, starting inside, is going to be your B main event winner in the 16 of Adam Kajala. And to his outside is going to be the 45 machine of Gene Haney. In your eighth row, starting inside, is going to be the 47 machine of Gavin Griffiths. And to his outside is going to be the 29J of Jake Betancourt. In your ninth row, starting inside, is going to be the 75 of Misty Wellborn. And to her outside is going to be the 13 of Maddie Motts. In your 10th row is going to be, inside is going to be the 71A of Michaela Taylor. And to her outside is going to be the 89 machine of Brian Lloyd. And starting in your final 11th row in the final spot is going to be the 46 of Colton Haney. Lights are out as we get set to go Hobby Stock main event racing.
All right, who you picking?
20 laps. I'm going to have to take James Thompson.
I'm going to go Robles.
Oh, okay.
Going to go that 78 car, green flag down in the front straightaway, Larry McKenzie. What a run he had off turn number 2 down the backstretch into turn number 3. Larry McKenzie on the point, that 24M. He gets loose going through turn number 4, gabs it back in. Robles in the second spot, Thompson in the third spot, fourth. It is Betancourt.
Oh, and Thompson almost had a run on Robles in the 78 machine. Can't forget about the 70S. He was really strong in his heat race of Betancourt. Round out your top 5 is that 8 machine of George Silva. Oh, and it looks like something happened to Robles while he was in turn 2. And now it has Betancourt and Thompson on his rear bumper, as it looks like Larry McKenzie is starting to run away with this thing.
James Thompson all over the back end of Robles.
Yeah, and he
diamonds a corner that time, cuts to the inside, down the backstretch, side by side.
Does he have, oh, and he touches.
Misty Wellborn having trouble down the front stretch. Aiden Ponciano leaving the racetrack. James Thompson out in front of Robles. Robles has smoke coming out the back.
Larry McKenzie is already encountering lap traffic early into this 20-lap feature. Just 4 laps in, and he's having to maneuver through lap traffic. Oh, Brian Lloyd didn't know where he was at, so he had to bump him a little bit to get by. Still, McKenzie holds on to the lead. Does James Thompson have anything for him? As he's going to have to get around lap traffic. This first encounterment of the 71A of Michaela Taylor. He is going to have to get by.
5 down, 15 to go. Larry McKenzie having one of his best. Oh, no.
It looks like that is the, I believe that is the 81 machine. That is Ricky Lloyd.
Blowing up, coming up through turn number 4, the 81.
That blew off into Smokes, and now he's sitting in the infield as we continue to keep
2
this race
cars,
going.
George Silva and the Betancourt get together going down turn number 4. Now, Fernandez almost gets into Silva. Then Betancourt. A lot of beating and banging going on back there in the back. Larry McKenzie down the front straightaway, our leader, into turn number 1. James Thompson second. Kenneth Robles in the 3rd spot. 4th is Logan Fernandez, 5th. It is the 70S of Jeff Betancourt. Robles having more trouble. Had to get hard on the brakes to get around Michaela Taylor. But Larry McKenzie, a dominating run so far. The best I've ever seen him run here at Antioch Speedway.
Yeah, started up front, and he is really checking out away from this field. He has almost, I want to say, at least about a straightaway's length lead over the 18-team machine of James Thompson. As now he gets by the 47 of Gavin Griffiths. He puts him a lap down. And he is just really annihilating this field here tonight as we are halfway in, halfway home. Seems like Larry McKenzie's just really on a whole nother level here tonight, it seems like.
Coming up on turn number 4, Larry McKenzie, that 24M. Down the front straightaway. He's got more than a straightaway lead over second place James Thompson. James having trouble getting around the 46 of Colton Haney. Finally does. They touch as they exit turn number 2.
Yeah, and it looks like your 3rd place car is having trouble getting by the 71 of Michaela Taylor as he gives her a little love tap, pushes her up the racetrack. And I believe your 4th place car is still George Silva, as he is also trying to get around the 71 machine of Michaela Taylor.
Logan Fernandez having a good run. He's
inside.
They touch on the back straightaway. Beating and banging. Logan Fernandez, George Silva.
The kid, he's making a name for himself on the racetrack, and he is going for it.
I heard something about him going B-mod or sport mod racing at some point.
As he moves into the top 5, he gets around Michaela Taylor.
4 laps to go.
4 laps to go as he sets his sights on. Now Kenneth Robles, can he get into the top 3?
Robles having more and more smoke coming out of the back of that 78 car.
It'd be nice to see young Logan Fernandez get a podium finish here tonight. Still 5 laps to go. 5 laps. Oh! Angela Brown is around, and that is going to bring out the first caution for this main event here tonight, as she pulls it into the infield of turns 1 and 2. And I believe
Angela Brown trying to get, seems like she's having trouble turning. I guess she's getting through.
Yeah.
Last lap at 1876 on the stopwatch, 71.962 miles an hour. Larry McKenzie not wanting to see that yellow flag.
Not at all. And it looks like she has a
lot of damage
flat
on the right front.
Right, yes. Right rear tire looks to be injured, looks to be hurt. Pushing off the 81 machine of Ricky Lloyd. But yeah, like you said, I don't think that is something that really eliminates the sizable lead that McKenzie had over James Thompson. And also that puts Kenneth Robles in, looks like, to the inside, as James Thompson's going to choose the outside on the restart.
Thompson, 2020 champion, did not take a win last year.
No, he didn't.
Finished second 7 or 8 times, but did not get a win.
All right, looks like the lineup is good. And we're gonna double them up and let's finish this Hobby Stock main event. We got an exciting 5-lap shootout. Can Larry McKenzie hold off Kenneth Robles and the 18 of James Thompson? Lights out, going green. It looks like this time by. Yes, lights are out. They're still trying to get their rear of the field line back up as we get set. 5-lap shootout. Can McKenzie hold off for the win? And he starts him in the middle of the corner. Green flag is out. Larry McKenzie once again gets a fantastic jump in front of the field over Thompson. Oh, and it looks like that is
Colton Haney.
Yeah, the 555 machine.
Triple nickel of Gary Philpua.
Yeah. Oh, and it looks like McKenzie has a little smoke on that right rear tire. See if he can hold on for the win. James Thompson.
George Silva almost loops it over in turn number 2. He keeps going, but trying to work his way around 78 of Robles.
Colton Haney's going to pull it off the racetrack. Oh, and it looks like Thompson had something in the inside for Larry McKenzie.
I'm going to say it looks like George Silva is trying to take out the 78. Now the 78 has motor problems and pulls in. 2 to go.
2 to go, 2 to go. White flag next time by for Larry McKenzie. Is James Thompson going to try anything to possibly get this feature win here tonight? They're both kind of running the same distinct lane. As he wants to get on the rear of the bumper. White flag's out. James Thompson's going to have to do something in order to win this feature here tonight.
Looks
Lap traffic.
Down the back straightaway. They got 2 cars right in front of them. This could play a part in this race. Michaela Taylor and Thompson gets into the back. Oh, it spins! Oh! Larry McKenzie, who then gets into the triple nickel of Philippa, who spins right in front of the 18T of Thompson.
I think
and
that
Thompson has lost a radiator and a bunch of other stuff.
I think that move hurt James Thompson more than it did Larry McKenzie.
It saved the race for McKenzie.
Yes. As you've seen on the replay, I'm sure.
Coming through, watching it on the replay through the delay. Gets into the back of the triple nickel, runs up the hill into McKenzie. McKenzie hits a triple nickel. He goes, spins right in front of Thompson, who noses into the triple nickel.
Wow. I don't think that's how James Thompson had that one panned out.
No.
But all right, and it is official. Your winner here for this Hobby Stock main event is going to be the 24M of Larry McKenzie. Is going to pick up the win here tonight.
Wow, what a race.
And hopefully the 18 of James Thompson is okay. But wow, what a finish. Looks like we have a lot of fluid laying down on the racetrack right now. But meanwhile, let's run through your top 5. Is going to be the 24, or your winner, the 24M of Larry McKenzie. Second is going to be the 70S of Jeff Bencourt. Third is going to go to the 8 of George Silva. Fourth is going to go to the 54 of Anthony Vigna. And rounding out your top 5, it looks like is going to be the 75 machine of Misty Wellborn.
Larry McKenzie down here in Victory Lane. Working on getting out of his race car.
Chris Bennett coming up. Larry McKenzie. Come on over.
Interviews, huh?
Larry, congratulations.
Oh, what a race.
You were saying you didn't know how you saved it, but you had a little bit of help. The triple nickel was down there, and he helped you straighten it out.
Yeah, kind of. That's what it looked like.
So,
It felt like. I don't know how I saved it. It just somehow it worked out in my favor.
went in there, turn number 3 there. James Thompson got into the back of the triple nickel. That shot him up the hill, got in the side of you.
Okay.
Turned you sideways. You came down, got into the triple nickel, straightened you out, but sent him, the triple nickel, spin it around right in front of James Thompson.
Wow,
And
what an ending.
guess what? You just got a main event win.
First one, and I'm so happy. You have no idea.
That was, and you didn't luck into it. I mean, you were the class of the field. That car was fast all night long.
All night. Hey, we bought a great motor. That's all that is, from a great shop. So we got lucky there, buying in.
Not the thing you wanted to see, that last caution flag with a couple or 5 to go.
That broke my heart. I did not want to see that caution.
You probably didn't know, but at that point you had a lead of over a straightaway. Thompson was more than a straightaway behind you.
I did look behind me. I was able to look down, and I seen that he was way back there, and I had a lot of lead, a good lead, enough to where it was going to win. But then I seen that caution. I'm like, darn it.
Well, who helps you get this thing on the racetrack every week?
Well, me.
The one-man show, huh?
Yeah, pretty much. Well, Dad helps out every now and then, but, you know.
You came out, you ran well last year, you had some good runs, and now you put it in victory lane
Now we got a victory.
for 2021. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Larry McKenzie, driver of the 24M Hobby Stock, taking home his first main event win here tonight at Antioch Speedway.
Good run, sir.
All right, once again, want to congratulate Larry McKenzie on his first Hobby Stock feature main event. And as we're going to get set for our third main event of the evening, the Super Stocks, and your lineup's going to look like this. Starting on the pole, row number 1 is going to be the 99 of Jim Freezy, and to his outside is going to be the 12 of Ryan Serezian. And in your second row inside is going to be the 87 machine, the stock car driven by Brian Pierce. And to his outside, and the 24 is going to be Devin Vaughn.
Camera operator. It didn't record, damn it. That was purely operator error.
Four cars, 15 lap main event here tonight.
AT&T. AT&T ran into the back of the triple nickel, or I'm sorry, and went up and hit the 24, but then went down, hit the triple nickel, was spun around in front of the AT&T. So it started with the AT&T. That would have been a great interview to show. You have to hit record. Working in some water on the front straightaway. James Thompson put down a lot of water out of the radiator. All right, so on that one, I think I earned a point. I think Thompson saved me because you're about to earn a point.
All right, as we get set, it looks like we are only going to have a 2-car shootout for 15 laps between Freely and Seresian and Freely. And we're going to double up and get them set to go.
15-lap main event. And I'm going to say Jim Freely is going to be my guess.
All right, and
Who are you going to take? That's a tough one.
yeah, I guess I'm going to have to take Seresian. As we get set, lights are out. Third main event here tonight. Who's gonna get the win? As they come out of 4, and they're on the loud pedal. And it looks like the early jump into turn 1. Once again, Seresian slides up the racetrack. Freely cuts him off, and he's gonna take the lead down the back straightaway. Does Seresian have anything for him? Oh, and his car rocks and rolls through 3 and 4. Coming across the line at lead lap number 1 is still going to be the 99 machine.
That car just not handling through the center of the turns once again, that 12 car.
Yeah. And the 99, he's just got that thing on bullet point right now. They can maneuver through any part of the racetrack, it kind of looks like. As he's kind of just diamonding in the corner and just letting that thing sail where it must. And he's building a little gap over the 12 of Seresian. And we are now 3 laps in, 12 laps to go still for this main event feature here tonight. And I hear now that Freely will be running his 99 machine with the IMCA stock cars, I believe, this year. Now, since the stock cars are introduced to the Antioch Speedway.
You may see more of that in the super stock division. May move over to that one.
Yeah.
As well. Just going to be more cars. Going to be more competition, more races. I would say. Freely coming up off turn number 4, down the front straightaway, crossing through that wet section. 9 to go in this 15-lap main event. Seresian, that El Camino just not handling the way he wants.
Yeah, smoking a little bit, as you see, coming off of 2. As Freely still just clocks off laps. Excuse me, here in this main event here. As Seresian, oh man, it's just seems his Achilles heel is just a turn 2. You just can't get around there smoothly.
That's been for a lot of people tonight. Turn 2 has been a trouble spot.
Fighting him. We've seen in I think every class here tonight. So
Freely up off turn number 4, going to cross the line. 6 to go up on the scoreboard. Jim Freely, Ryan Seresian running on. Freely pulling away. Yeah, Seresian got through turn number 2 better that time. Smoke coming out of the back of that car though. 15.99 on stopwatch, 84.428 miles an hour that time. The smoke is increasing, and it might be tire smoke off that right rear.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. As you can see, the car leans a lot on that right side, so it may just be some tire smoke. 4 laps to go for the 99 machine, and he'll have his his main event win here tonight. And as you can see, the sparks coming up from the brakes as he gets on the brakes really hard. Across the line, 3 to go, and Seresian is still fighting that car. Still fighting it. They're on totally opposite ends of the racetrack, and you can just see how the cars just handle differently. I can see our cameraman focusing on the 12 machine of Cerezian right now. Coming to the white flag is going to be Jim Freely. One more circuit around, and he is going to pick up your main event win here tonight in the stock car class. Or pro stocks, I'm sorry. Checker flag is out for the 99 machine of Jim Freely. And finishing second is going to be the 12 machine of Ryan Cerezian. So your winner here for the stock car feature or the super stocks is going to be the 99 machine, Jim Freely.
Wait for Jim Freely to come around. Freely in a 99 super stock. Bringing it around the victory lane. Jim Freely taking on main event win here tonight. First one for the 2021 season. As Chad brings out the victory door placard. Jim getting his helmet off. Jim climbing out of the race car. Come on over. Well, congratulations. Flag to flag almost.
Well, sometimes you get lucky, right?
How'd the car handle for you?
You know, the track was beautiful. The officials did a good job. The track prep was perfect. And the car was hooked up. My crew did a great job. And we set it up right. It was so easy to drive.
It looked like you didn't have much trouble. A lot of people, in fact, Ryan Cerezian was having trouble over in turn number 2. It didn't look like you were having much trouble over there.
Yeah, we made some adjustments and it worked. We were tight in the heat and we nailed it in the main.
All right. Well, who helps you get on the racetrack every week?
I will be here. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Jim Freely, the winner of tonight's Super Stock race here at Antioch Speedway, kicking off the 21 season with a victory. With that, IMCA Sport Modifies getting ready to roll off for their main event. On the points, Mr. Smooth in the 15 car, Andrew Pierce outside the front row, Fast Freddie Ryland in the 7J.
And excuse me, and in your second row is going to be the 76 machine out of Antioch, California. That is going to be Mark Gardner. And to his outside in the 17B out of Oakley, California, that is going to be Kevin Brown.
The 21T starts inside row number 3. That's Chase Thomas, and to his outside, the 52 of Jason Ryan Jr.
And in your fourth row, in the 12 machine, the Iceman, Tommy Frazier out of Antioch, California. And to his outside is going to be the 19C out of Oakley, California. That is going to be Tommy Klymans.
The 10 car of Guy Allward inside row number 5. To his outside, the 2020 track champion of Trevor Klymans.
And in your sixth row, out of Antioch, California, the rookie in the number 6 is Dylan Conley. And to his outside is going to be the 325 out of Oakley, California. That is going to be Tyler Brown.
Inside row number 7, the 22S, Scott Foster. To his outside, the 27 car, Travis Meyerhoff.
And eighth and final row is the 27S out of Merced, California. That is going to be Dwayne Short. And to his outside, and the 97 machine out of Antioch, California is going to be the Swirl, Bree Troen. And that is your starting lineup for your IMCA Northern Sport Mods 25 lap main event getting set to get underway. Oh yeah, it's chilly out there.
All right, it only took me 3 times, but I made it. All right, so we're getting ready to go racing. With that, I get 3 points for that last race. Puts me up by 1 point, and you get the first pick.
Yeah, first pick. Oh, strong field here tonight. But ah, man. I'm gonna go with, man, it's tough to pick against Fred Ryland up starting up front. But I'm gonna have to go with the 7J.
That's Freddie, all right?
Yeah.
Want to know what I'm going to do? You're taking him. I'm going to go. I think this is a little bit out on the limb. Maybe not. He got his first win a couple weeks ago. Let's go the 15P and Andrew Pierce. He's starting on the point.
Yeah, silky smooth. Let's see if he can continue his winning ways.
Oops.
As you see the cars trying to get their tires warmed up, and Fabulous Bob's gonna let them know the 1 to go signal as we get set to go Sport Mod racing 25 laps. Pierce, Ryland on your front row.
Man, what a front row.
Gardner, Brown, second row. Thomas, Ryan, third row. As we get set, they come out of turn 4. Green flags out in the air. Fred Ryland jumps up to the early point over Andrew Pierce. Kevin Brown gets around the 76 machine of Mark Gardner. And Fast Freddy Ryland's gonna lead lap number 1. And it looks like, oh, Guy Albert almost looped it around as him and Trevor Kleinmans are battling back there in the mid-pack. Oh, and something's happened to the 52 machine of Jason Ryan Jr. as he is halted up in turn 4. And yellow flag is out. Yellow flag is out, and it looks like he cannot get that thing moving. And now he's moving under his own power. And yeah, it just looks like he just went up there and kind of just shut down a little bit. It looks like, didn't look like anybody got into him. So it looks like from our scoreboard, we have 2 laps in, 23 laps still to be ran. Fast Freddy leading the charge over Mr. Smooth, Andrew Pierce. And sitting in third is the 17 of Kevin Brown. Kevin Brown making his move. Another one to watch for, we said earlier, was that 21T machine of Chase Thomas. Chase Thomas says lights are out, and we're gonna get set to go green. We're gonna try this Another time, green flag is out. Crash Freddy once again jumps out to the early point.
Here comes Pierce on the inside, down the back straightaway, side by side into turn number 3. Andrew Pierce giving Fast Freddy everything he can handle. Pierce with a slight advantage off turn number 4, but that high side pays off for Fast Freddy Ryland across the start-finish line.
Yeah, Andrew kind of shot out of turn 2, and he is giving the 7J a run for his money as these two are starting to check out from the rest of the field. Still have that battle for third between Gardner, Brown, and Thomas. And now the Iceman's making moves as he's in the inside of Thomas, and he makes a move, and he is in that 5th place position now. Still Andrew Pierce looking in the inside of Fast Freddy Ryland. Kevin Brown, is going to get passed by the 76 of Mark Garner in the inside, and here comes Tommy Fraser as well, trying to make moves and sneak by. He's trying to get to the front. And it looks like the 7 is going to start encountering lap traffic, and the 6 of Dylan Conley, the rookie, just needs to hold his line. Oh, and he kind of pushes up the racetrack. That's going to allow the 15. No, still not to get by. Oh, and they get tangled up.
Unfortunately, Pierce on the wrong position for that one and not able to make a move on Fast Freddy. Freddy goes down into turn number 3. That car still handling well. And he comes up on turn number 4. Pierce back about 2 car lengths down into turn number 1. Andrew Pierce in that second spot. Third is Mark Garner. 4th, Tommy Fraser. And 5th is Tommy Clotters Jr. That's your top 5 right now. We are coming across the line, 17 to go this time by. Gotta wonder with that contact down there in turn number 1, does Freddy have any damage? And is he losing air in that right rear? Because it looks like that right side might be dipping down a little bit more.
Oh yeah, possibly could have a broken shock, maybe. Or it could just be some speed secrets that Fred has that we don't know about. But he is pulling a sizable margin on the 15th because of lap traffic, and it looks like Andrew Pierce is not getting lap traffic as well as Fred Ryland is. And they got to know if the leader is getting by, second place has to be close by. Fred just moving up high, moving out low around lap traffic. The running order stays the same. Fred Ryland, Andrew Pierce, Mark Gardner. The Iceman, Tommy Fraser, is now in 4th, and Tommy Clima's rounding out your top 5. And here comes the 10 and the 2 as they are charging, battling. The best battle, I would say, on the racetrack right now between the 2 and the 10. As the 2 doors the 10, but still Guy Allward still going to get by.
Down on the inside, Trevor Clemens on the high side. Guy Allward side by side down the back straightaway into turn number 3. They got a gaggle of cars up in front of them. One going real slow. The 6 car, Dylan Conley, holding up traffic. They cross the line side by side, 4 wide into turn number 1 with Retron on the outside. Trevor Clemens clears Guy Allward. He falls back, and Kevin Brown bounces off the wall, then dives underneath Trevor Clemens.
Yeah, and one thing I can say, Guy Allward is pretty sneaky through lap traffic. That's where he knows how to work his magic. But it looks like it beat him out this time as Trevor Clemens was able to get by. 11 laps to go. Still Fred Ryland holding on to the lead over Andrew Pierce.
That's Freddy Ryland, Andrew Pierce, Mark Garner, Tommy Fraser, the Iceman, and Tommy Clemens Jr., top 5. Then we fall back to Trevor Clemens, Dwayne Short, Kevin Brown, Guy Allward. Let's see, Brown is up there next time. Tyler Brown. Scott Foster having trouble in turn number 2. He picks up the speed back. He was losing speed there on the high side of turn number 2.
Fred Ryland riding on 3 wheels as we see that left front tire hiking up. So something could possibly be broken as the number 6 machine of Dylan Conley pulls into the infield. Oh, the 325 is slow in turn 4. That is Tyler Brown, and that is going to bring out your yellow flag with 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go.
Yellow flag instead of the white flag.
Out. Wow.
He had the white flag in his hand. Yellow flag comes out instead.
And that is going to mix it up big time. And I do not think that was something that Fred Ryland wanted to see, as now he is stopped in turn 4, as I think possibly he may see something
He's showing
on the
up the debris
racetrack.
up there
Yeah.
in turn number 4. Fast Freddie Ryland, seasoned veteran. He's still, I mean, basically he's still a rookie, Andrew Pierce, in the 15 car.
Yeah, but
I mean,
not
he's not up
driving.
here.
Yeah,
He's not a rookie, but he's been racing for less than a year.
but not driving like it. I mean,
No, not at all.
the kid is wheeling the car. And if I was Fred Ryland, I'd be worried.
Texas style restart. Fast Freddie gets a row to himself on the point. Then Andrew Pierce gets to choose the high side or low side. What do you think? Is he going high or is he going low?
Oh, man. Who does he have behind him? I mean, with the 76 of Mark Garner, I would think that he'd probably take the...
I'd take the high side.
Yeah, I would think the same
Get the
thing.
better run on the high side.
You take the high side, you put Mark down low, but then you have the Iceman right behind you, so...
Yeah, the Iceman will be behind Mark. And he'll have Tommy Clemens.
Oh, yeah,
behind
you're
him.
right. Actually, yeah.
Crossing him up. All right, let's see here.
Two-lap shootout. This is going to get interesting.
Green, white, checkered.
This is going to get wild here. As we get set, Fred brings them down, brings them around turns 3, coming out of 4. Green flag is out, and Andrew does get the jump that he wanted. Oh, but he does. Can he get a move? No. Fast Freddy is fast off
One
of
car
turn
into the
2.
wall down in front.
Oh, that is the 10 machine of Guy Allward, and that is going to bring out a yellow. Wow.
Tommy Frazier left, went straight out the gate, I'm hearing, and he's back into pits.
Oh, and it looks like Guy Allward's going to head out too as well. Yes, I did not see Tommy Frazier leave the racetrack. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yep. Looking at the replay, Tommy Frazier drove straight off. Guy had nowhere to go.
All right.
Another green, white, checkered.
Yep, here we go. Take 2 at another green, white checker. 2 laps to go. Andrew Pierce gets another shot at this.
Can Andrew Pierce do it? Can Fast Freddie Ryland hold on? Can Mark Garner sneak up there and steal it from both of them?
Yeah, could he possibly pick up a win?
We're about to find
As
out.
we
Green
get
flag
set.
back out.
Green flag, Andrew does. Oh, Freddie shuts the door.
He didn't let him get that run, but then he cut back down low. Here comes Andrew Pierce on the high side, but Fast Freddie has a better run off turn number 2. Down the back straightaway into turn 3. Here comes Pierce. He gets a little loose in the center of 3 and 4. Fast Freddie's got about 2 car lengths. Trevor Clemens trouble off turn number 4. White flag in the air.
White flag in the air down the back straightaway. Andrew's going to have to try a bomb's eye if he wants to win. But he's going to keep it clean. He's going to settle for the second place position. Checker flags out. Fast Freddie Ryland is your winner. Second is going to go to Mr. Smooth. Andrew Pierce. Third to Mark Gardner. Fourth to Tommy Clemens Jr. And fifth is going to be across the line. My eyes show me that is Kevin Brown across the line. And he picks up the top 5.
Last lap, 15:38, 87.776 miles an hour. All right, heading down.
And once again, your winner for the IMCA Northern Sport Mods main event here tonight is going to be the 7J of Fast Freddie Ryland.
That's Freddie Ryland working his way around to victory lane. Fast Freddie climbing out. Taking home another win. Not his first one on the year. Fast Freddie Ryland. Oh, hold on. Let's let Kevin get out of the way here.
Get out of here. I didn't know.
Fast Freddie Ryland, you had to fight for it at the end. You got a young Andrew Pierce battling you today, but you held on for the win.
Yeah, it was a good battle. I saw him on the bottom there. So just a little greasy going in. I was trying the top, but I saw him coming on the bottom, so sure didn't want him to get me there. So I moved down a little bit, and it was a little bit faster. So it was pretty good. Great night.
Yeah, they say that last restart, you kind of cut up right in front of him at the start, but then dove low into the turn. And he went high and had a good run, but your exit speed was a lot more.
Yeah, the car's really hooked up on exit. It wasn't that great in the heat race, but it was really good in the main.
How do you choose when you're the leader, you get the Texas-style restart, you have a row to yourself, you get to start anywhere, and you got to kind of worry about what's behind you. How do you go about making that choice?
Yeah, it's tough tonight when you start on the front and you get the lead so early that you're kind of sitting there. All you can do is go as good as you can and hope they don't come up alongside you.
All right, now your first win of the year. You won down in Arizona not too long ago.
Yeah, I got two wins down there, and I won the championship for the Winter Nationals. That was what I went down there for, and that was really, really awesome, really humbling, and a lot of good guys we met out there.
Congratulations on a good start to the year. Who helps you get on the racetrack every week?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my wife first and foremost for letting me be in the shop all week and come out and do this. Friesian Chevrolet, Swift Springs, Weir's Machine, Dirt Defender, a few others, PFC Brakes, and Rick's Powder Coating, and All Spec Sheet Metal.
All right, Fast Freddie Ryland winner tonight for the IMCA Northern Sports Modified main event here at Antioch Speedway. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, we got one race to go, folks. That's right. We're going sprint car racing, wingless sprint car racing to be exact, on the point. Out of Wani, Hawaii, as Boy Munez in the 22 car. Outside the front row, the 77S, Ryan Silverling.
And in your second row, in the 28 machine out of Manteca, California, that is going to be Marcus Smith. And outside of him is going to be the 32 machine out of Morgan Hill, California. That is going to be Jimmy Christian.
In row number 3 on the inside, the 22 JR out of Wani, Hawaii, Braden Monez. And outside is the 21 car of Roy Fisher.
And in your fourth rows, in the 14 machine out of San Jose, California, he just won his dwarf car main event, is going to be Sean Jones. And to his outside is going to be the 1S out of Wahine, Hawaii. That's going to be Sheldon Muenez.
Sean Jones, of course, trying for two main events tonight with the dwarf car win. Row number 5 inside, Tony Bernard in the 50 car. To his outside, Cameron Martin in the 11 car.
And in your sixth row is going to be the 36 out of Brentwood, California. That's going to be Bob Newberry. And to his outside is going to be the 71 machine out of San Jose, California. That is going to be James East.
In row number 7, the 92A of Jeff Scotto, and to his outside, Jacob Williams driving the 13W.
And in your eighth and final row in the 27 machine out of Sonora, California, that is going to be Steve Miocci. And to his outside is going to be the 63 machine out of Brentwood, California. That is going to be Dylan Newberry.
That's your starting lineup for the Wingless Sprint Car main event here tonight.
So it looks like I won that main event. Who was your pick? Oh, Pierce finished second.
So that gives you 3 points
Okay.
for that one. So that puts you up by 2. Last race. And let's see here. I get last choice.
Last pick, last choice. Yep.
Who am I going to pick?
Usually our top 2 guys that we pick for this division is not even here tonight.
Yeah.
So
I don't think I can go against Sean Jones. I'm going to go ahead and take Sean Jones in that 7 starting spot. He's already got a main event win for the night, and I think he's going to make it 2.
all right, all right. I'm gonna have to say, man, I'm gonna have to go with Marcus Smith
Going on the 28.
out of Manteca, California, in the 28. And seems strong in his heat race, and hopefully he can do me well in this main event tonight.
All right.
As they are all trying to get readjusted in this lineup.
So I need Sean Jones to win to beat you.
You
Because
need him to
if he
win.
only finishes ahead of your choice, I only get 1 point. I lose by 1.
Season long.
So this is a must-win situation
Yeah.
for night number 1. Oh boy. Last main event of the evening here coming up. Don't forget, next week we're going racing. We're going IMCA racing to be exact. Looking forward to some great IMCA modifieds, IMCA Sport Modified racing action.
Hearing the lineup is good and lights are out. We're going to get set to go wingless sprint car racing. Final main event of tonight here at the Antioch Speedway. So we had an action-packed show for you, and it is not over just quite yet. As they get set in round 3, coming out of 4, you can feel the rumble with these sprint cars as they get set to go. Green flag is out.
Down the front straightaway to turn number 1.
And jumping out to the early lead is going to be Boy Moniz over Silverling. And here comes the 28 machine of Marcus Smith in the inside, and he is going to take over that 3rd position over Jimmy Christian. Jimmy Christian on the outside. Oh, and he's going to get shut down the back straightaway by Smith. Here comes Sean. Oh, slide job maneuver by Jimmy Christian. Speaking of Sean Jones, here he comes right behind Marcus Smith. He is now sitting in that 5th place position. Oh, Marcus Smith gets a little sideways. And we move back up front. The top 3 cars. Boy Moniz is still holding on to that lead. 3 laps in.
He's holding them off down the front straightaway in turn number 1, about 3 car lengths over Ryan Silverling. Then you fall back to the 3rd place car of the 32 of Jimmy Christian. Top 5, throw a blanket over him almost. That was a good run there. Sean Jones up into the 4th spot. He goes low underneath Christian, trying to pick up that 3rd spot. Christian lifting the front wheels, coming up off the turns, down into turn number 3. Side by side they go. Battle for 3rd up off turn number 4, while Muniz continues to pull away just ever so slightly. Marcus Smith looking to the outside. He wants it for this battle for 3rd space, for 3rd place, down into turn number 3. Put Sean Jones in it, but here comes battle back on the outside. It is Christian, but Sean Jones now has it. And the battle for 2nd now begins.
Battle for 2nd now between Silverling and Jones as Moines is still holding on to the lead. They're going to encounter lap traffic. Oh, Jones goes all the way upstairs.
Now
He's going to dive it down the corner. He's going to try to split him. No, he's going to be denied. But he does move into that second place position as Moines.
New leader.
Yes, your leader loses 2 positions, 3. Oh, wow.
Got stuck behind the slower car.
And
Miyoshi.
Sean Jones to the lead. Sean Jones to the lead, and we are not even halfway yet. Coming into halfway now. He's going to be coming on lap traffic of Jeff Scotto. And he gets by Jeff Scotto. Silverly, Christian, Moines, Smith, your top 5 as of right now.
How much advantage is it for Sean Jones to be on the racetrack earlier in the North?
A lot of lap helps. And
One car up in turn number 1.
And that is Jeff Scotto.
Red flag is out. He flipped over. Something sitting on the ground up against the wall up there.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if that's a tire or rear end possibly. Nah,
Is that a fuel tank?
maybe. As we see the medical unit moving down to...
It is a fuel cell here
Yeah.
over the radio. Driver is okay. Jeff Scotto. Not sure what. No, that's not. That is not Jeff Scotto. I think that's Marcus Smith, the 28 car. Winner of heat race number 2.
Yeah, I think it is Marcus Smith.
Looking at the camera, it's 28 on the front of the car, so Jeff Scotto sitting right down here on the front stretch. So Marcus Smith is the one flipped over there in turn number 1. Climbing out of the race car. Okay. We'll get that truck up on the hook. Or get that race car up on the hook. Thanks for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, to another exciting, fun-filled evening of racing here at Antioch Speedway on Antioch Speedway TV. Don't forget, if you didn't hear it, in 3 weeks, April 3rd, 2021, we will have fans in the stands. That's right. We are going to have fans in the stands on starting April 3rd. You will have to buy your tickets ahead of time online. Most likely, I believe that'll be through my Race Pass. And it will be limited, depending on waiting for the government to tell us what the percentage is, but I bet you'll be able to get in. Next week, we got the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sport Modifieds, IMCA Stock Cars, and the Dwarf Cars back in action next Saturday on the 20th. We'll be live on the air once again. The 27th, we got the Wing 360 Sprint Cars making their season debut. Dylan Bloomfield will be one of those cars. He's got a sharp-looking Wing Sprint car. He ran up in Marysville tonight. Hobby Stocks will be back. The Mini Stocks making their season debut, and the Super Stocks will be back. Then on April 3rd, the first night of fans in the stands, the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sport Modifieds, IMCA Stock Cars, and the Dwarf Cars back in action. That is all on April 3rd. April 10th, the IMCA Modifieds, the Sport Modifieds, Tri-State Pro Stocks, and Super Stocks. Tri-State Stock Cars, Super Stocks, and the Dwarf Cars will be here on April 10th. There will be an open practice on April 14th. That is a Wednesday night. That is a look at the events coming up in the next few weeks here at Antioch Speedway. And again, April 3rd, fans in the stands. Okay, keep an eye on the website. You never know if something's going to change.
Yeah, that's true.
This is COVID, so... but that is the plan right now. April 3rd, live fans in the stands.
Can't wait to have you back. Joe will get to experience Race-O for the first time.
Yeah, I don't really know how that one works, but
You know how to play bingo, you know how to play Race-O.
I don't play bingo.
Don't play bingo. Uh-oh. All right. Google it.
Alrighty.
YouTube it. That'll work.
And I think I just lost tonight. My pick went up into the fence, and Phil Cell came out, and your guys leading the race right now.
I
So
say, he still has to win.
he still has to
He
win.
has to win. We will get the fans involved. We got to figure out how to do this. Get through Facebook or something. I don't know. We'll do a post. Who's going to win each one, and then we'll have everybody do their thing or something. We got to get. We need some social media help.
Oh yeah.
I need a camera operator. I had a little trouble running my new camera down there. It's really hard to push the record button. All right, getting ready to start pushing these race cars off again, the sprint cars, get the ambulance off the racetrack. And our push trucks will start pushing them off. Coming up this week on Wiley's Race Report, I do have Tricky Troy Folger. Interview with him, Misty Wellborn, and the Squirrel, Bree Trowan, all lined up to chat. Talked to Misty and the Squirrel today. Tricky Troy I talked to last week. And of course, next Saturday we will have our live pre-race show. Do my little walk through the pits. See who I can find and talk to. Marcus have to get that car repaired and get back out here. He's got a couple weeks.
As we still have 9 laps to be run for the sprint cars. So I had a quick question. So when you guys were in Pennsylvania, did you guys call it a Delaware double foul restart? Or did you guys call it a Texas restart?
We didn't have the single row up front. We just did straight up normal
Really?
double up restarts.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, when I started at this track 6 years ago, 7 years ago, whatever it was, we didn't have it. That's only been new in the last 3 or so years. What was the other one? Through my watching of racing over the winters, there's another name for it besides Texas style. I don't remember it off the top of my head now.
I just know the Texas and Delaware style restart, single file restart, and then the double file restart. That's basically really.
See, I don't think about Delaware at all when I think about short track racing. Been to Dover a few times back in my day, back in my radio days, and we'd go down there. Me and a co-worker friend of mine, we'd go down there every spring and every fall, or every one or the other or something. Hang out in the garage area on race day. Doing the radio thing, having some fun. Tell you what, Delaware, there's like one way in and one way out.
Yeah, I have a cousin. She lives up in Delaware. Actually, she lives near Dover International. So, yeah, tiny little state it is.
Yes, it is. Postage stamp. Not that it's a bad state, just small. And then there's one main road in and one main road out. At least the direction we went, so it took a little bit. But I think the worst one I ever had was Pocono Raceway. I left I actually had something I had to do one day. I was down there doing the radio thing, and I got in my car with 10 laps to go in the Winston Cup race. It took me 5 hours to get out of the infield.
Wow.
I missed my appointment, obviously, because it was only a 2-hour drive home. It took me longer to get the 200 yards from my parking spot to the tunnel than it did to get from the tunnel home. It was.
Yeah.
Watkins Glen does a great job. They used to be, back when they first, 86, 87, 88, 89, early 90s, they were not real good at getting people out. And then the radio station I worked for, we put a plane up and we coordinated traffic and stuff, and we got it nailed down where 3 hours after the race, you can get in your car and drive out and not slow down. It's just amazing. Get 100,000 people out of that, because it's sitting on top of a hill with only 2-lane roads.
Yeah.
To get in and out of it, just.
Yes, it's amazing.
Indianapolis Motor Speedway in the city. An hour and a half after the race, me and my buddy got in the car, and within 15 minutes, we were in our hotel swimming pool. They have it down. I don't know what. They're in the middle of the city, man. People just were gone.
Yeah.
It was amazing. Last time I went to Sonoma, rode my motorcycle. That's the way to do it right there.
Yeah.
Don't have to wait in line.
Up in the Napa Hills.
Yeah. Went down to Laguna Seca and on my motorcycle for the motorcycle races down there one time too. Oh. Somebody just took out the cone on the front straightaway and destroyed it. Jeff Scotto is getting the black flag for destroying the orange cone.
Yeah, I don't think maybe he really paid attention on that one right there.
All right. Yeah, as you can see on the screen there, it done got busted up. Nine laps to go, 20-lap main event, 25-lap main event for Williams Sprint Cars. March 13th, 2021, here at Antioch Speedway.
As we get set, lights are out, 9 laps still to be ran.
Sean Jones on the point, Ryan Silverling in second. Third is the 32 of Jimmy Christian. Fourth, the 22, Boy Muna.
Green flag is out. Sean Jones jumps out to the early point.
The cone has been clipped more than once on that restart.
Yeah, there's all kind of debris on the front straightaway right now.
Sean Jones up off turn number 4 down the front stretch. 8 laps remain in this 25-lap main event. Sean Jones, a half a straightaway lead already over second place Ryan Silverling.
Yeah, he is cooking coming out of turn 4. And with the battle of Jimmy Christian and Ryan Silverling.
13:32 last time by, 101.351 miles an hour.
Yeah, like I said, he's got it down. Riding that cushion, nice 1 and 2. Coming down the back straightaway, and he gets it pitched and he gets it hooked. Coming out of 3 and 4, and that thing is just set on cruise control, and he is making moves right now. Smoothest car on the racetrack and the fastest car on the racetrack as well. Jimmy Christian gets by Ryan Silverling, and now we have Boy Moniz is creeping up, and he's in the inside of Silverling right now. He's going to try to make a move. Silverling's going to still hold him off. We have 4 laps to go. The best battle on the racetrack right now. Oh, Jimmy Christian is off the pace. Off the pace and turns.
Going to bring out the yellow flag.
Yes, that's going to bring out the yellow flag with 3 laps to go. Wow, and it looks like, I don't know if he had a flat tire or the car just kind of shut down on him.
4 laps remain. This 25-lap main event for the wingless sprint cars. So Jimmy Christian in at 32 in the second spot. Ryan Silverling back to the third. Sean Jones, 4 laps remain. Took him less than what, 8, 9 laps to get to the lead. At least one of his laps over 100 miles an hour on my stopwatch. Going to give him the one-to-go signal this time by. Thanks for tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV. I'm Wiley Wade.
And I am Joe Peterson.
We are your host each and every Saturday night, live and direct from Antioch Speedway on Antioch Speedway TV. And when you're here in person, we'll be your hosts here in person as well. Thanks for tuning in. Look forward to having you back next week. And really look forward to having you in the stands come April 3rd.
As we get set, lights are out, 4 laps to go. Sean Jones still leads a point over Ryan Silverling and Boy Moniz. As green flag is out.
Down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Sean Jones working right up against the what little bit of a cushion we have up there. Down the back straightaway, Ryan Silverling not trying to not let him get away this time, as he does not have any big pressure from behind at the moment. Sean Jones ever so slowly cruising away. 2.5 laps remain in this 25-lap main event.
As they're going to come, Sean Jones is going to see the 2 laps to go signal. And as he's squirting away from the
one car spins around Jeff Scotto.
Jeff Scotto is around. And it looks like, man, it looks like they're not being able to close out this race. Still 2 laps to be shown on the boards for Sean Jones. And I'm sure he's just thinking in his head, man, why can't this thing just be over already?
Sean is like, let's go, come on.
As we have had some good racing all night long here for our season opener here tonight.
Maybe a little chilly, but that makes for good horsepower.
Yeah, it does.
Making for a good racetrack as well. Yeah, Mr. Cone has seen better days.
Yeah, that one's gonna have to, we're gonna have to retire that one early.
I want to say thanks to all the officials down in the infield, the DNF crew. Tim, Bob, thanks for running the camera down there. Rich for officiating. Andrea for scoring. E for the scoreboard. Joe, thank you.
Thank you as well, Wiley. We appreciate you.
Nighthawk Security out there providing security for us. All the workers and officials out in the pit area. Thanks to all the racers. And thanks to all you fans tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV. Kicking off the 2021 season. Don't forget, hey folks, I want to remind you, you got to set your clocks ahead when you go to bed tonight. Or get up at 2 a.m. if you want to do it right on time. You know, I'm personally going to do it ahead of time. But lose an hour of sleep tonight. I got to make sure to do it. I can't be late for church. I'm running sound, so.
All right, lights are out. 2 laps to go. So looks like we're going to have a green-white checkered finish. Sean Jones still leads the charge over the 77S machine. Green flag is out.
Down the front straightaway to turn number 1. Once again, up on that cushion, Ryan Silverling on the high side. Down into turn number 3 they go. Sean Jones already 10 car lengths.
White flag
is out.
displayed.
Jones, half a lap to go.
Coming out of, or going into 3, coming out of 4. Checker flag. Sean Jones doubles up on the night. He wins a sprint car feature here tonight. Second is going to go to Ryan Silverling. Third is going to go to Boy Moniz. Fourth is going to go to Braden Moniz. And fifth is going to go to the 11 of Cameron Martin. Your unofficial top 5 here tonight.
Last lap, 13:46, 100.297 miles an hour. Not a bad way to finish up the night. All right, with that, I'm going to head down for Victory Lane. Sean Jones pulling into Victory Lane for the second time tonight. Climbing out of his race car. Hey, fancy meeting you here again.
Yeah, I was hoping to see you again.
Congratulations.
Thank you. That was way too much fun. I wanted to do 50 more laps.
Took you, I don't know, 8 or 9 laps or so to get up to the front, but once you did, you just checked out.
I was trying to be patient back there. I was starting pretty deep. It didn't do too well in my heat race, but I kind of made the bottom work for a while there, and then I was like, once I got up and clean air, maybe I can make the top work, and it was perfect up there, so it was great.
Good horsepower in this cold night, good racetrack. Unofficially, I clocked you at least 1 lap over 101 miles an hour average.
That's awesome.
You were flying around there. So how much did it help you having that Dwarf car race under your belt before you came out for this one?
You know, I think it helps quite a bit. It kind of keeps you on your toes. You know, it keeps your reaction time a little bit quicker, and you're just, you're already pumped up and have the adrenaline, and just try to carry that through the next race. So it was a great race. I was sorry to see Jimmy Christian pulled off. I knew he was in second, so he's always fast.
You had Ryan Silverling back there battling you, or trying to catch up with you through it, and you had to hold him off for a couple restarts there at the end.
Yeah, you never know if they're going to go out and try the bottom, and the bottom starts coming in a little bit better, but I felt like the top was so fast that it was going to be hard to get me right there. So I just try to sail it in there pretty good and try to keep the momentum up, and just it worked out.
All right, so who helps you get this race car on the racetrack every week?
The same people. My mom she always helped me come down here, and Ryan Diotti, DRI, he does the shocks and this thing too, not just dwarf cars. So Barry Priest, he's helping me out this year, and that's why we switched to the 14, and we're going to run his car half the year, and Joe Hunt. So should be a great season. I'm looking forward to it.
Congratulations, and taking home 2 wins tonight, and good luck the rest of the season.
Thank you very much.
Good night of racing there, Joe.
Yeah, fantastic night in all 5 of our classes, with Sean Jones picking up the win in the wingless. In the door feature, we had Sean Jones also picking up the feature win, and Jim Freely picking up the win in the super stocks, and in the sport mod feature, Fred Ryland picking up the feature.
So Sean Jones taking home 2 wins tonight. Great way to do that. Jim Freethy taking home a win.
And Larry
Fast Freddie
McKenzie.
Rowland taking home a win. And
Yeah.
Larry McKenzie taking home his first win. So, man, what a great night of racing. What a great way to start the season out for this 2021 season.
Yeah, fantastic. And like we said, we'll see you guys back here next week when we'll have the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sport Mods, the Hobby Stocks, and I believe...
Yep, so next week, IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sport Modifieds, IMCA Stock Cars, Dwarf Cars, all in action. Tune in for all the racing action. Don't forget, again, April 3rd, we are going racing with fans in the stands. That's right, you can come on out and actually sit in the stands and enjoy the races in person. Antioch Speedway TV is not going away. It's just an enhancement if you're here. And if you can't make it, you'll be able to watch it from wherever you're at. So with that, any final thoughts, Joe?
Yeah, I think it was a successful season opener, and like I said, I'm looking forward to being back here next week.
With that, I'm Wiley Wade. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for tuning in. I'm Wiley Wade.
And I am Joe Peterson.
Until next week, don't forget, coming up, see you on the Hammers next week, right? Not this week, right, Joe?
Next Sunday, yeah.
Next Sunday, but this week we will have Wiley's Race Report coming up, so don't miss that. Tricky Troy will be on there, Bree Trowan, and Misty will be on there as well. Until next time, I'm Wiley Wade. Goodbye, everybody.